Hello, hello, hello there. Yeah, that thumbnail is a part of Filthy Frank. It's about weeaboos. People like me, hopefully not, but yeah, I play this game, so I must be a weeaboo. Okay, let's see. I think I'm just going to brute force all of this. Hopefully. Yes. Today is the day to Gekiga in and have some fun. And well, let's just see whether this is actually really possible with these teams. And yes, your soul is just not enough. I must sacrifice the whole world. Oh yeah, I'm really brute forcing this. Oh my. Yeah. Let's get energy back, but that looks promising even. Yes. If you have really powerful... Oh. I'm so cooked. Come on. Oh no, 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 no. That's really bad. What's this? Where is that thing even? Just not there.
進直送この手に
I'm forgetting that this team is just unbroken.
じゃあ行くよ。さあ働きなさい。シトラリー、リツパパ、そうよ。石煙に葬られよ。
Oh jeez.
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せだからね。この天下で裁く。加速するぞ。みんなは俺が。絶妙よ。契約を果たせ。悪用の力を思い知って。太陽の本能を。アクセル展開。
Will I be able to do this?
みんながそばに。じゃあ行くよ。口封じは任せたからね。石煙に葬られよ。止める勇気はある。燃えろ。みんなは俺が守れ。ストラリー、リツパパ、そうよ。危険。太陽の本能を。アクセル全開。全力こう。手加減なしよ。絶妙よ。契約を果たせ。この天下で裁く。
Yeah, it may be possible, but it's... I need to do the first one. It's difficult. Yeah, and again, I didn't put on the camera. 競争よ。 Whoa, that's fast. Whoa.
響け、格の目。手加減なしよ。絶妙よ。契約を果たせ。ストラリ。石煙に葬られよ。燃えよ。全力こう。さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。手加減。この天下で裁く。
Let's get that damage in while we can. Yo, come on, that sucks. Push it in. Oh my god, I'm really doing it. hardcore even.
働きなさいシトラリーいつパパこの天下で裁く土見のよ契約をアクセル全開
Oh. Oh, that's great. One more star. I'm on 35 now instead of 34. So. Let's see.
最高の一品よ世界を熱狂の渦に具現せよ天心直送
How long will this last? Let me say it this way. We will reconfigure the party because I need to. So. This really fucking sucks. But it's doable. I will get my 36 stars. Now let's get this. Lame-o. I don't even know whether I do want to have, well, this should be a good enough team. Well, the thing is, and I will give you this. I'll go to my Bennett. I think he might need this sword again. Ha ha ha! Best sword ever. Now let's see. Does she really need a different? No, because even with this thing, it doesn't have this possibly again clause. This is shit. Yeah. This is actually good, but this would be a bit better, but we'll just try it somehow. The only thing that matters now is getting the third chamber. The other chambers don't really matter that much. But I do want to try my best.
皆のために祈る光り輝くがいい
さあ、婦人寛大です。薬も毒にも。
頑張るよこのダンスあなたに宗樹の加護蒼月永遠なるそれ歌え僕の名のもと止めてくれ
ようやくは口に命の重みを知っ
さあ踊るよ波の花が人間よ皆に祝福ある
And oh yeah, actually this is a good team.
ようやくは口に
僕をたた
And gone. No, that's
灯火は消えない。全力攻撃。
さあ働きなさい悪用の力を思い知りな太陽の方向を
悪を滅する。
止める勇気はある
悪を断つ。みんながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ手加減なしよシトラリーいつパパそうよ石煙に葬られよ 絶妙よ、契約を果たせ。内封じは任せたからね。さあ
太陽の炎。加速すると。燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
絶妙よ、契約を果たせ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く。
Why does he... Whoa, he even heals from that shit. That's just crazy.
さあ働きなさい。絶妙よ。
太陽の炎。
And it's done. No, we continue. We don't really give a fuck about this one, but if we can go faster somehow.
西風の祝福、リンネのとわの雨。ガジャーン、歌え僕の名のもとに。
薬も毒になりますさあクイズ
このダンスのあなたに頑張るよ。それ月光のように蒼月よ、永遠なるよ。はっさ光り輝くがいい。
ようやくは口に命の重みを知って
さあ踊るよ。波の花が君に舞いよ。リンネのとわの安寧を皆に祝福あれ。
That's the reason why I did that, because now we get our
治療
bursts back. Let's see.
みんながそばに。
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
石煙に葬られよ。通常燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
ストラリー、いつの場そうよ。
この天下で裁く。烈日。みんながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ。さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
石煙に葬られよ。防衛。みんなは俺が。
ストラリー、いつの場そうよ。
太陽の炎。
I would wanted to have to get the best score ever, but I don't care. I need to save. I need to defeat him.
働きなさい。
Really?
悪用の力を思い知
この天下で裁く。みんながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ。手加減なしよ。ストラリー、いつパパそうよ。
I don't care. It's shit. This one is actually really shit. I have the bad timings. Everything bad.
通常を焼き尽くす。
I wanna reach. Oh, come on. I don't even get the energy back. This sucks. Come on. Fucking bullshit. Horse cock. This is horse. Oh, horse poppy cock.
止める勇気はあるか。アクセル展開。
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
防衛。
Okay. So Next, this should be good enough.
迷え遠くを語
And we start again. This might be the one where I must say, maybe
西風の祝福
I must even go for some actual card buff.
薬も毒になりますさあ婦人
頑張るよあこのダンスあなたに皆に祝福あれよっ
Yeah, wow.
そう熱よ永遠なるガダー
I can't start again. This sucks.
西風の祝福を皆のために祈ろう世界の熱狂の渦に
ようやくは口に薬も毒になります命
見逃さないでさあ踊るよ月光のように
ようやく
そう熱よ永遠なる僕をたたえ
薬も毒に
歌え僕の名も
すぐに治してきました
波の花が2枚よよ治療しないとさ皆のために祈ろうそれ世界を熱狂の渦に頑張るよこのダンスあなたに
命の重みを知りなさい
It should be enough, but I don't know whether it's enough.
さあ働きなさいストラリーいつパパそうよこの天下で裁く加速すると
Oh, come on! That sucks. I tried to tear it down, but it
行け
does not.
そう熱よ永遠な
That's one thing where I hate that you cannot pause while bursting. And that really frustrates.
皆のために祈ろうはっけだ歌え僕の名のもとに
薬も毒になりますすぐに治して話
波の花が2枚よさあ踊るよ
Too slow, of course. I don't even know how to get the damn fucking.
西風の祝福輪廻とわのあ遠くを抱えよ光り輝くがいい治療しないとな
薬も毒になります
いくよ見逃さないでよっよっさ治療しないとな皆のために祈ろう頑張るよは波の花が2枚よ歌え僕の名のもと
薬も毒になりますすぐに治して
宗樹の加護輪廻とわの安寧をそれほっ治療しいくよこのダンスあなたに世界の熱狂の渦に
薬も毒になりますさあ
そう熱よ永遠なる
That really sucks. That's this thing that I have when I play the game and I have a certain performance. The first time. Most likely, that will be the best performance either ever or for quite a long time. Because other performances, other ways of trying to do this, always, oh yeah, you perform worse than before. But why? Because. But Why? Because fuck you. That's why. It really sucks. You have a certain performance, and the first performance, the first time you do something, with the abyss or whatever, and then, oh no, you don't get that performance again. Why? I don't know. Maybe subconscious sabotage. I don't know.
月光のように輪廻の永遠の
Yeah,
雨
it could be even that.
光り輝くがいい治療しないとな
すぐに治してあげましょう。ようやく
さあ踊るよ波の友が2枚よ皆に祝福あれ
I auto attack instead of pressing the fucking skill button.
お披露目だ世界を熱狂の渦に治療しないとな
命の重みを知りなさい。
見逃さないでね頑張るよそれ皆に祝福あれ
ようやくは口に見え
はっそれガジャー蒼月よ永遠なるはっは光り輝くがいい清風の祝福いくよ
Oh God! How do I do a charge attack on them fucking
このように皆のために祈ろう
free now? No, we do a charge attack instead of
薬も毒になり得ます。さあ、
波の友が2枚よは清風の祝福を
ようやくは口に見え
輪廻の永遠の安寧を
薬も毒になり得る。命の重みを知りなさい。
世界を熱狂の渦に頑張るよそれこのダンスをあなたに皆に祝福あれそれ
ようやくは口に見え
ほっ蒼月よ永遠なる成功広め
It's such a damn fucking
な
enemy.
り得ます。
光り輝くがいい
さあ、婦人観来です。
踊るよ波の友が2枚よ行け皆のために祈ろう
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I did something really great, something really right on the first time. Then it's just
清風の祝
fail,
福
fail,
輪廻
fail.
の永遠の安寧
Yes, I will say fail because somehow I'm doing something not right.
すぐに治してあげましょ
頑張るよ見逃さないでねよ
Come on, it takes so long. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. You know what?
月光のように皆のために祈ろう光り輝くがいい
う。薬も毒になり得ます。命の重みを知りなさい。
波の友が2枚よさあ踊るよは
ようやくは口に
輪廻の永遠の安寧をお披露目だ世界
Oh,
の熱狂の渦に
and now it goes really well.
婦人観来。
見逃さないでねよ皆に祝福あれ皆のために祈ろうさあほれほっ歌え僕の名のもとにジャジャーン
薬も毒になり得ます。ようやくは口に見えます。すぐに治してあげる。
波の友が2枚よそれ輪廻の永遠の安寧を
And it's a bit better. This is the first one that's better than the first one. Uh-oh.
武力行使の許可をかまた力で分かれる。
じゃあ行くよ。口封じは任せたからね。
石煙に葬られよ。通常くらい全力攻撃。
さあ働きなさい。ヒトラリー、キッズパパ、そうよ。
この天下で裁く。
またかわせなかった。
もうええか。
みんなは俺が。
絶に寝よう。契約を果たせ。悪用の力を思いし。
石煙に葬られよ。止める勇気はあるか。
みんながそば。
じゃあ行くよ。絶に寝よう。契約を果たせ。口封じは
この天下で裁く。
また力で分からせるしかないよ。
Could have had him. Should have waited a bit more.
月光のようにそう熱よ。永遠遠くを抱えよう。光り輝くがいい。治療しないとな。
命の重みを知りなさい。薬。
このダンスあなたに。頑張るよ。よっ。皆に祝福あれ。皆のために祈ろう。ガジャーン。
ようやくは口に見えます。さあ、婦人館。
Okay, this does take a bit longer, but I don't know why. It's against this whole bullshit. The damn energy recharge! Really? It's really hindering me. This is hindering me.
リンナに永遠の安寧を。
I have my energy recharge, but I don't get my energy because of fucking bullshit.
直して。
見逃さないでね。頑張るよ。月光のように治療しないとな。そう熱よ。永遠なる。
薬も毒になり得ます。さあ、
世界の熱狂の渦に。
Jesus fucking Christ.
波の花が夢舞よ。皆のために祈ろう。そら治療しないとな。僕を抱えよう。光り輝くがいい。
ようやくは口に見えます。
いくよ。はっ。見逃さないでね。皆に祝福あれ。そう熱よ。永遠なる。
God damn it. It's doable, but this is so dumb. It's too random. A lot of the abyss is a bit too random for
武
comfort.
力行使の許可をかまた力で分からせるしかないよ。
さあ働きなさい。ヒトラリー、キッズパパ。
石煙に葬られよ。やるではないか。もうええ。
燃えろ。みんながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
引け。太陽の方向を。アクセル全開。
みんなは俺が。
口封じは任せたからね。
石煙に葬られよ。
Why didn't I get... Where was my damage? There was an impact. No damage. No damage. That's bullshit.
迷える。
That's bullshit. Normally I don't get that mad, but this is really aggravating. You saw that. Mavica burst? No fucking
とはの案内
damage. I don't mean, oh no, totally no damage, but
薬も毒
really
になり
totally,
ます
really no
波の
not
彼方
damage.
さあ踊るよ西風の祝福を治療しないとな蒼月よ永遠なガジャ
ようやくは口に見なし重みを知りなさ
ーン光り輝くがいい見逃さないで頑張るよ行けダメよ輪廻のコアの安寧を僕をたたえよ治療しないとな
さ
Ah, this whole stuff
世界の熱狂の渦にさあ踊るよみんな彼方人間よ皆に祝福あれ蒼月よ永遠なる
Okay, it's 2 seconds only, and this is on par with the first try.
無力行使の許可を
そばにいてくれるわ
手加減なしよストラリーキッズパパこうよ
この天下で裁くレッツせ全力こ
じゃあ行くよ絶妙よ契約を果たせ口封じは任せたからね
引け太陽の炎を加速するぞ燃えろみんながそば
さあ働きなさいストラリーキッズパパこうよ
この天下で裁くアクセル全開全力攻撃
じゃあ行くよ絶妙よ契約を果たせ手加減なしよ口封じは任せ
引け太陽の炎を加速するぞみんなは俺が
絶妙よ契約を果たせ
通常を焼き尽くすこの天下で裁く止める勇気はあるかみんながそばに
手加減なしよストラリーキッズパパこうよ
引け太陽の炎を
Whoa! Barely! It's doable. But... Jesus fucking Christ. This is bullshit. Yes, you can power through, but this is bullshit. Because... I'll tell you why. I'll show you the team. So let's get Bennett here.
絶対に足は引っ張らない
It's your average, reasonably built motherfucker team. Just look at that tag. Look at this. Decent artifacts. I mean, level 9, 9, 10. That's all good. All Gucci enough. Your
ベニー冒険団出発
dribble Bennett versus Skyward White with this shit. This shit. So this should work. First Shalom then. Skyward White Works greatly. It's all great. It's all fucking great. Because Senior Codex, it's quality. It's all damn great. Where's that Lali? Is enough. It's enough. Maybe she could utilize a bit more energy recharge. Maybe. No, yeah, maybe more elemental mastery. Yeah, here you see. This is a busted team. And yet I still struggle. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try something. Okay, one more. No more pulls. No more pulls. No more pulls. But yeah, I get a bit really overexcited. But now I redirect my energy into shouting a lot. Shouting a lot. Or it's time to rage at the pixels and voxels. Rage more against the pixels and voxels. Yeah. Why? Because we can. Screw you, Hoyo Bestia. No. Hestia. Oh no, it's not Hestia, but God. At times, I hate certain aspects of this game. I mean, it's sweet getting that. And oh yeah, if you're wondering what I've done with this is a new technique that you can utilize. And most likely I'm still I'm doing it improperly, but it has boosted some of my damage output. But oh yeah. As for why I haven't posted some videos, etc. as well, personal stuff. Just I didn't, and I didn't feel to put it there. And yeah, no, I'm not doing this. No, it's a few days and then this is also gone. Let me say it this way. I don't hate Stygian Onslaught, or Stygian Onslaught. I think it's a good mode. A really great mode. But it's bloody difficult. I want to try some. Well, I mean, I have time left and it's just a live stream, so why not enjoy myself a bit more in the Spiral Abyss? But okay, you can overpower that shit, but Jesus fuck, it's too bloody difficult. I asked myself, what would happen If I do this, just this, see what happens. I wanna try some stuff. Oh, that's crit damage. How about why? Huh? Now I don't really understand it that much. Oh, that's it's because of the bigger damage. That's why. Well, now you know. Now you understand a bit more. Huh? Huh? Why is that plus 20 different from this one? Huh? Here again. No. Huh? I thought it would be elemental mastery, but it isn't. Huh? Why are these numbers a bit of a different color? Yeah. The plus zeros are all the same. That's the plus 20. I don't understand. So that's, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I want to just take a look. So, on that one only, I think I'm seeing a certain theme here. That's another. Huh. Okay, that's, what? No, then I don't see the pattern. I don't see the pattern. If anyone knows, please tell me. I don't know. It dribbles my head. I don't understand why. No, let's try this again. If this team is worse, then so be it.
宗主の神皆のために祈ろう。光り輝くがいい。
薬も毒になり得ます。命の重みを知る。
裁きの雷、ここより弱滅の時。ふっとっへっはっやっふっはっ。お披露目だ。
I don't understand.
逃げ道はじゃじゃーん。
迷えるもの蒼月よ歌え僕の名のもとに
Again, I keep doing the wrong rotations.
裁きの雷
遠くをたた行けリーニャに永遠の安寧を
薬も毒になり得ますさあ婦人観覧
光り輝くがいい
見切りました
What?
無我の境地
What? That's stupid.
皆のために祈ろう
すぐに直してあげましょう
歌え僕の名のもとに
稲光すなわち永遠なる
I still wanted to weave in that one last.
お披露目だ宗樹の影蒼月よ
ようやくはティーにさあ
世界の熱狂の渦に
逃げ道はあります
This one,
無我
yeah.
の境地てっはっやってっそこふっゆっふんやっはっ
行けリーニャに永遠の安寧を
これ式の痛みすぐに直してあげましょう
光り輝くがいい
見切りました稲光すなわち永遠なるとっはっ
宗樹の影皆のために祈ろう治療しないとな
さあ婦人観覧
ガジャーン歌え僕の名のもと
無我の境地ふんそこふっはっはっふってっ
And it's dead. And I'm fine with that. Well, I've bought myself a big bottle of beer. €5 for, well, a bit more than 2 normal beers. And it's actually not that bad. And I don't drink it as quickly, which is a good thing.
しびは消えない燃えろ
This is shit. I'll just try it again.
裁きの雷
お披露目だ迷える者リーニャに永遠の安寧
ようやくはティーに命の重みを知りなさい
光り輝くがいい
We'll
逃げ
even
道はあり
this
ま
one
す
and
ここより
then.
弱滅の時見切りました
西風の
Wow.
蒼月よ永遠なる
Really, 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 really. Again. Switch. Blocks. Switching blocks. Elemental skills and elemental bursts. How could I forget that? Sometimes that just happens.
宗樹の影リーニャに永遠の安寧治療しないとな
さあ婦人
世界の熱狂の渦に
見切り
In
ました
and
すなわち永遠なり
皆に祝福あれ皆のために祈ろう
Okay, that can happen.
お披露目だ光り輝くがいい
無我の境地はっはっやっ
西風の式蒼月よ永遠
ようやくはティーに命の重みを知りなさい
じゃじゃーん歌え僕の名のもと
裁きの雷ここより弱滅の時
Oh, oh, actually, I'm getting better. But now,
灯火は消え悪を断つ全力攻
進みのよ契約を果たせ悪霊の力
敵縁に葬られよ
名護の世が明ける悪を滅する
止める勇気はある
悪を断つみんながそばにいる
手加減なしよ。シトラリー、キストさ、そうよ。
この天下で裁く。加速すると全力攻撃。
じゃあ行くよ。絶妙のよう契約を果たせ。アギオの力を思い
で、試験太陽の方向を。で、防衛。
I'm fucking up. I don't know, I'm doing something wrong. Dash cancel. It carries over. It really, again, same thing. Dash against cancels. It cancels the elemental skill. It's just so damn fucking dumb.
ために祈ろう。
ようやくは口に。さあ夫人
世界を熱狂の渦に。
裁きの雷無我の境地。そこやっふんと逃げ道は
そうに永遠なる治療しないとな。
すぐに治してあげましょ
僕を抱えよう。光り輝くがいい。
裁きの雷稲光すなわち永遠なり。逃げ道は皆に祝福あり。輪廻の永遠の安寧。
う。薬も毒になり得ます。命の重みを知りなく。
お披露目だ。歌え。僕の名のもとに。
よ裁きの雷ここより弱滅の時。
That's kinda irritating, but it's doable.
灯火は消えない。みんながそばにいる。
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。
長き夜が明けるまで悪を滅する。
烈日
I don't mind, but why don't I get my energy? Fuck. This is... I don't mind how... Fuck! It's just... Miss, 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 miss! Then... bull fucking shit. Oh, come on. All the other times, it just gets worse and worse and worse. My performance just goes down the drain. And I do not know why.
行け。皆のために祈ろう。
薬も毒
Of
になり。
course, I'm getting a bit more tipsy, but that
見切りまし
shouldn't
た
be
無我の
the
境
why. This is bullshit.
そこ逃げ道はあります月光のように
そうにつよ。永遠。
さあ婦人観来です。
お披露目だ。世界を熱狂の渦に。
ここより弱滅の時やっストップ見切りました
西風の祝福。皆のために祈る。
ようやくは口に。
治療しないとな。
すぐ
僕を抱えよう。光り輝くがいい。
逃げ道はあり
それ。さ装置の加護。
薬も毒になり得ます。
Mm-hmm. Okay.
灯火は消えない。
That's my own damn dumb.
裁きの雷
迷えるのね。輪廻の永遠の安寧。治療しないとな。
薬も毒になり得ます。
世界を熱狂の渦に。
稲光すなわち永遠なり見切りました
そうにつよ。永遠に。
ようやくは口に。 すぐに直して
歌え僕の名のもとに。
逃げ道はありません。ここより弱滅の時。はっせいはっふっふっそ皆に祝福あれ。皆のために祈ろう。
さあ婦人完
じゃじゃーん、世界の熱狂の渦に。
稲光すなわち永遠なる。はっせい
That's doable. But some of these things.
みんながそばにいる。
じゃあ行くよ。絶にのよ、契約を果たせ。悪用ね。
石煙に葬られよ。
長き世が明けるので悪を滅する。
せせせ通常をや
燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
さあ働きなさい。シトラリー、いつパパ、そうよ。
危険太陽の炎を。
全力攻撃。
じゃあ行くよ。絶にのよ、契約を果たせ。口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。
みんなは俺が。
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知る。
危険太陽の炎を。烈日
じゃあ行くよ。絶にのよ、契約。
この天下で裁く。
And it's all dead. Wanna see what happens here?
西風の祝福を。リーニャズとわの安寧。
ようやくはついにすぐに。
光り輝くがいい。
裁きの雷。
蒼月よ、永遠なる。治療しないとな。
薬も毒になり得ます。命の重みを知り。
宗樹の世界の熱狂の渦に。皆のために祈ろう。治療。
ここより弱滅の時。
Okay, I'll just restart this. I just want to see. But if it's... Yeah, well, I have to expect...
行け。
Still not doing the good things.
リーニャにとわの安寧を。
すぐに治してください。薬も毒に。病
光り輝くがいい。
迷えるの裁きの雷。稲光すなわち永遠なり。てっはっふっそこ。
皆のために祈ろう。はっ、やめよ。
薬も毒になり得ます。命の重みを知りなさい。
お披露目だ。世界の熱狂の渦に。
ここより弱滅の時。よっはってっはっはっ月光のよ。
治療しないとな。
これ式の痛み。
Okay.
全力攻
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
太陽の炎を。
ながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ。手加減なしよ。ストラリー、キスパパ、買おうよ。
敵縁に葬られよ。アクセル全開。
みんなは俺が。
土見のよ、契約を果たせ。悪用の力。
この天下で裁く。
Yeah, okay.
みんながそばにいて。
I do care. Ah, it's so damn bad.
皆に祝福あり。そう熱よ。
さあ、婦人寛大です。ようやくは口。
光り輝くがいい。
見切りました。はっ稲光、すなわち永遠なり。はっやっはっはっ
皆のために祈ろう。
月光のよう。
すぐに直してみましょう。
世界の熱狂の渦に遠くを抱え。
逃げ道はありません。ここより弱滅の時。
This is
そこ
fucking bullshit, but it works.
見切りました。皆に祝福を。
It fucking works. Wow. Actually, that's not a bad team. No, let's... Marika, Bennett, Lalin, Shalonen.
燃えろ全力。
じゃあ行くよ。手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
太陽の炎を。熱
みんなは俺が。
土見のよ、契約を果たせ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く。
燃えろ全力攻撃。
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
敵縁に葬られよ。加速すると。
I don't...
よし。
You know, I get mad not because it's so horribly unfair and bullshit.
逃げ道を。
It's because I don't...
そう熱よ、永遠なる月光のよ。
Because I don't get my energy back. Because I struggle to fuel Bennett. He's on 200 whatever, 270 plus energy.
裁きの
That's
行け。
high enough. It should be enough, but he just doesn't get his energy.
切りました。
That's bullshit.
西風の祝福、皆のために祈ろう。
命の重みを知りなさい。薬も毒になり得ます。
歌え、僕の名のもとに。
裁きの雷。無我の境地。
リンヤの永遠の安寧を皆に祝福。
さあ、婦人寛大です。ようやくは口に。
世界の熱狂の渦にじゃじゃ
いや、見切りました。稲光、すなわち永遠なり。
ようやく。
Again, I don't mind losing because I fail. But if I don't get the energy for Bennett back,
燃えろみんながそばに。
絶妙よ。契約を果たせ。悪用の力を追う。
この天下で裁く。
防衛全力攻
さあ働きなさい。ヒトラリ、いつパパ。ほっ。
撃石煙に葬られよ。せ通常
みんながそばにいる。
じゃあ行くよ。絶妙よ。契約を果たせ。悪用の力を追う。
聞け太陽の本能を。
Forget about it. I'm done. I know if I go on, I will lose myself. Not just anger. It will take over. And I will go too far against myself. And you might think it's just a game. It's not about the game. That's a problem. Even with things that are not the game, if too many things go wrong one after another and it just doesn't stop, yeah, there's a good chance that I will go totally berserk. You might say, but you should be able to. I wish. That's the thing. I wish I would be able to. But that's the problem. I cannot. And yeah, then it's knowing when to at least stop or take a break and then maybe do it again after some time. I mean, if someone would scream at me, "Yes, go on!" Yeah, I think that I will give someone else a pummeling down then. So if someone would just keep on pushing me, while I would say, I need to take a break now. Would say, "Oh, you can do it, you can," and then totally try to push me over the edge.
西風の祝福、皆のために祈ろう。
命の重みを知りなさい。薬も毒になり得ます。
光り輝くがいい。
裁きの雷。と無我の境地。
蒼熱よ、永遠なる宗樹の加護。
すぐに治しておきましょう。薬も毒。
歌え、僕の名のもとにお披露目だ。
逃げ道はありません。ここより弱滅の時。来年。
Whoa, what? Oh, it has such a shit attack. Cause, but see, I can take it, but I know when to stop. Or at least take a break.
世界を熱狂の渦に。
見切りました。無我の境地。逃げ道を。
輪廻はコアの安寧を行け。治療しないとな。
Come on! Yeah, that sucks.
裁きの怒り。
お披露目だ。蒼熱よ、永遠なる。
This sucks. Jesus.
見切りました。
西風の祝福、輪廻のコアのあ。
すぐに治してあげましょう。薬も毒になり得ます。
光り輝くがいい。
裁きの の雷稲光すなわち永遠なりはっひゅっさっせっせっふんはっ逃げ道
蒼熱よ永遠なる
月光の湯
命の重みを知りなさい。ようやく
歌え僕の名のもとにじゃじゃ
ここより弱滅の時せっそこさっはっ
ー西風の祝福治療しないとな
And it's done.
全力こ
ストラリーリスパパこうよ土に
この天下で裁くせっ
Oh. This is what I mean. This motorcycle is actually at times such a damn drag. I mean, I'm really nearly perfectly doing
婦
this.
人寛大です。薬も毒になり得ます。
Oh yeah, that's actually really, really great.
稲光すなわち永遠なりはっせっやっさっ裁きの
皆のために祈ろう西風の祝福を
すぐに治してあげましょ
治療しないとな
う。ようやく
歌え僕の名のもとにお披露目
無我の境地はっせっそこやっふんはっ逃げ道はあり皆に祝福は
薬も毒になり得ます。
So, it should be good enough.
みんながそばに。
手加減なしよ口封じは任せたからね絶に寝よう
石煙に葬られよはっはっはっせっ止める勇気はあるかくらえ全力こ
さあ働きなさいストラリーリスパパこうよ
いけ太陽の炎を烈日わせみんなは俺が
手加減なしよ口封じは任せたからね
この天下で裁くせやっアクセル全開
燃えろ全力こ
じゃあ行くよ絶に寝よう契約を果たせストラリーリスパパ
石煙に葬られよはっせやっ燃えよ
くらえみんながそばにいてくれるわ。
口封じは任せたからね
燃えろ
この天下で裁くはっ加速する
Okay, it's just not doable, this.
手加減なしよ悪用の力を思い知りなさい絶に寝よ
太陽の炎をせ
Oh god.
通常
燃えろみんながそばに。
さあ働きなさい口封じは任せたからね手加減の
石煙に葬られよ
And it's just not doable, but, well, it is what it is. I've got my 36 stars, so it's okay.
西風の祝福をリンヤに永遠の安寧を
命の重みを知りなさい。
治療しないとな光り輝くがいいはっふっ
皆に祝福あれ。ふっふっはあ。ここより弱滅の時。ふんやっ。
じゃじゃ
月光のように皆のために祈ろう。
さあ婦人観来です。薬も毒になり、
ーん世界の熱狂の渦に
裁きの雷。ふっはっ稲光、すなわち永遠なり。ふんやっ。はっ
Nah, this sucks. Reconfigure party. Yep, we'll do it again. This is impossible. I ask myself, what would happen if we do it like this? No one told me I couldn't do it like this. Ha! Is this a good team? I don't think so, but...
迷える者蒼滅よ。
命の重みを知りなさい。薬も毒になり得ます。
光り輝くがいい。
私は帰ってきた。
宗樹の
I think I need to do this again.
お披露目だ。迷える者皆のために祈ろう。
ようやくは口に見えすぐに直した
歌え僕の生物に。ほっはっやっへっ宗樹の治療しないとな。はっふっ蒼滅よ永遠。
これ式の痛み。
ガジャーン
命の重みを知りなさい。
光り輝くがいい。
静粛に大松となるがいい。
西風の祝福を希望の
薬も毒になり得ます。
輪廻とわの安寧
すぐに直してみましょう。
をお披露目だ。世界の熱狂の渦に。
騒ぐ。私は帰ってきた。
皆に祝福あれ。
Okay, well... that doesn't really...
絶妙よ契約を果たせ。さらにいつとか
この天下で裁く。
まだ日をが明けるまで悪を滅する。
みんながそばに。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
激縁に葬られよ。
I don't know where he is. I couldn't see him. That sucks.
迷える者皆のために祈ろう。
命の重みを知りなさい。ようやくは口に。
光り輝くがいい。
西風の祝福。
ようやくは口に見えし。はあ、静粛に。高き。私は下げず。た。せや。
ガジャ
蒼滅よ永遠。
すぐに直してみましょう。薬も毒になり得。
ーン世界の熱狂の渦に。
騒ぐ。私は帰ってきた。
お披露目だ。
皆に祝福あれ。
薬も毒になり得ます。静粛に。
Boom! Bam! 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 Dunzo.
灯火は消えない。
絶妙よ契約を果たせ。口封じは任せたからね。
太陽の本能を
長き夜が明けるまで悪を滅する。
通常を焼き燃えろ。みんながそば
手加減なしよ。ストラリー、リッツパパ、そうよ。さ
この天下で裁く。もうええ。みんなは俺が守れ。
あ、口封じは任せたからね。
太陽の本能を
闇を晴れ。燃え盛る光を。
赤煙に葬られよ。
And he's gone. There's a reason why I didn't totally do the whole rotation. I wanted to really screw him over. Nice.
皆のために祈ろう。月光のように。
命の重みを知りなさい。ようやく
光り輝くがいい。
討伐となるがいい。騒ぐ。
蒼月よ、永遠なる清風の祝福を。
すぐに治してあげましょう。薬も毒になり得ますよ。
歌え、僕の名も。
私は帰ってきた。神戸を垂れろ。
皆のために祈ろう。皆に祝福あれ。
薬も毒になり得ます。
治療。僕は月光のよ。
騒ぐ。
Oh, that's actually doable.
全力攻撃だ。
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く。
みんながそばに。
じゃあ行くよ。ストラリー、リッツパパ、こうよ。手加減なし。
太陽の本能を止める勇気はある。全力攻撃。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。絶に寝よう。
この天
This
下
is
で裁く。
really uncomfortable.
燃えろ。
通常
みんなは俺が守れ。
ストラリー、リッツパパ、こうよ。さあ、
赤煙に葬られよ。もうええ。
燃えろ。みんながそばに。
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。さあ、
この天下で裁く。熱実。
みんなは俺が。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
赤煙に葬られよ。通常を焼き。
全力攻撃だ。
That's fine. But it's so taxing. I'm getting better at it. Slowly but surely.
蒼月よ永遠なる。
さあ婦人観来です。ようやくは口に入ります。
光り輝くがいい。
褒美を垂れろ。いや討伐となるがいい。
西風の祝福を。輪廻とわの安寧を治療しないとな。
薬も毒になり得ます。すぐに治し
世界の熱狂の渦に。
静粛に。ただし私は下げず。
Yeah. It just doesn't work that well.
褒美を垂れろ。
お披露目だ。行け。
Doesn't even register that.
静粛に。
蒼月よ永遠なる。
I don't know.
騒ぐ。いや
お披露目だ。迷える者輪廻とわの安寧を。
命の重みを知りなさい。
治療しないとな。
ようやくは口に入れます。
歌え僕の名のもとに。それふっはっドン。や皆のために祈ろう。
It takes so long. I don't understand this boss.
宗樹の影輪廻とわの安寧を治療しないとな。
薬も毒になり得ます。さあ
光り輝くがいい。皆に祝福ある。ふっそれお披露目だ。はっ治療しないとな。
薬も毒になり得ます。
皆のために祈ろう。西風の祝
さあ命の重みを知りなさい。
世界の熱狂の渦に。治療しない光よ。は
褒美を垂れろ。討伐となるがいい。
Oh. I'm pressing the X too long while I'm on Furina. Wow.
行け蒼月よ永遠なる。
すぐに治してあげましょう。ようやくは口に入れます。
治療しないとな。皆に祝福歌え僕の名のもとに。
薬も毒になり得ます。
皆のために祈ろう。お披露目だ。
ただし私は下げず。
西風の祝福を。治療しないとな。
さあ婦人
光り輝くがいい。やめろ。
いや
輪廻とわの安寧を。
騒ぐ。討伐となるがいい。静粛に。
皆に祝福あれ。
薬も毒になり。
Fuck this shit. It's just impossible. You know what I want to try? Is something that people, well, that I've read on the internet. You know, the internet is always a really, really reliable place. Why not? I don't know how to do this, but we'll see. Huh. I want to do something with Furina. And something with Kazuha. Kazuha. Well, let's just try this. I don't know. It could be that this is the way.
はびこりなさい。私のお家に抱く
命の重みを知りなさい。
世界の熱狂の渦に。
愛、風の歌、雲の行くごと。
さあ、覚えたわよ。ほっ。さあ、サパ。よっ。
風よ。
せ。は。はびこりな。
ようやくは口にすぐに直し。
光り輝くがいい。痛くしちゃうかも。知識はあな。
はっ、せい、ふっ、ふっ、借りなくとき。
It's not that bad, but it's not really great either.
治療しないとな。お披露目だ。歌え。僕の名のもと。
命の重みを知りなさい。
覚えたわよ。
風よ、ふっ、風よ。雲の行くごと。
痛くしちゃうかも。これこそが知恵の伝道。さあ、覚えたわよ。ほっと奥をたたっ。
愛、
はびこりなし。光り輝くがいい。
はっ、はっ、はっ。
覚えたわよ。
ようやくは口にすりもみちらまく惜しみ。
痛くしちゃう。
And it's that. I just want to see how this team will go.
灯火は消えない。
宗主の神、皆のために祈ろう。わけ、山の地。
見切りました。ここより弱滅の時。痛がってね。どの目が出る？
ひどい。
月光のように
輪廻の永遠の安寧。
どよめく神力火炎を刻め。裁きの雷稲光すなわち永遠なる。そこ。
It just doesn't work. I wanted to use also I know, but it just will not work. I'm able to do it. I got my 36 stars, but it's just too difficult. Seriously, it's just too difficult. Oh, it's just four. Oh, okay. Just a few days, and then we will have the update. So it's 5 days. So that's Friday 1, Saturday 2, Sunday 3, Monday, Tuesday. Oh God, but I don't mind.
受け止められる？
I mean, let me demonstrate. Proceeds to fail spectacularly. Well, actually, I'm really enjoying this beer here. It's what you would call a quadruple. It's 4 times of something. That's why it's a quad.
止める勇気はあるか？
There's a secret tag. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. It's fast enough. Let's see. So now you've heard me whine a trillion times about how shit this game at times is. Now let me introduce you to Rock Frog.
みんながそばに。
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。
It still goes as quickly as I thought it would. Oh wow, okay. So. That looks
北京
weird.
冒険団出発。
Now I see the weird symmetry that they put in there. It's actually kind of cool. Oh, I'm a bit tired. Oh, well. And you might think, how the fuck is this guy awakened? Well, he's creeping around, and that doesn't sound awakened. Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not saying I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened. I'm just saying that I am awakened. Awakened is, again, for me, awakened means that you have awoken to something that you didn't see before. Enlightened is that you finally see the light. But awakened means that, well, you can awaken to, I would say, the sound of your voice reflecting back at you, and that you hear according to how far you are from something, the phase variance, also the phase variance of how you project and use your voice. For instance, that's what I mean with awakened. Awakened to how my senses lead to sensing, that sensing itself, all of the sensings together, for me, in some way, somehow, here in this body. A myriadness of sensory perception leading to deep, hard consciousness collectives. It's more than just a consciousness collective. It's a consciousness collective of consciousness collectives of consciousness collectives until you get to the sensory data itself. And that's the thing. Sensory data is being transformed into other sensory. I would say the primitive sensory data consciousness, the sensory consciousness data, so to speak, the qualia, is converted to other qualia, which is then somehow put together into bigger constructs. These bigger constructs are also consciousness data. All of that is being transformed according to certain algorithms, certain neuronal pathways, and somehow logic, emotions, associations, a grid, a network arises from the underlying networks. So it's a network made out of other networks, which gives rise to even more basic network and more basic, until you get to the big ego, the what people would call awareness, the visual field, the auditory field. So that's what I mean with awakening, knowing that you are made out of sensory data. Eventually, all of it's sensory data. Internal sensory data as well. No, not just bodily sensory data and data from outside of the body, but also internally sensory data, or data from nodes, from what I would call algorithmic transformative networks, data processing. You know, when you, for instance, have see something and then you have a sudden realization, how would I put this? Sudden, not just realization, but also a sudden associations. That's the transformative algorithms of other neuronal, well, complexes, neuronal units, a set of neurons working together in order to transform one set of, well, qualia data. I wouldn't say all qualia is related directly to the senses and the sensory qualia, but you can have certain feelings and emotions which are totally qualia and which are related to through the transformative algorithmic neuronal units from sensory data into emotional data. That's what I mean with awakening. understanding that that happens. That whatever I see, feel, or hear, even my emotions, my feelings, even, well, an experience itself, the whole set and setting, everything that you notice, everything that you sense somehow is a part not of the self or the awareness, but it's a part of a bigger consciousness collective living in your body. That you are part of this consciousness collective as well. But the you, the ego, is also a consciousness collective in and of itself. The awareness is also a consciousness collective in and of itself. The visual field itself is also a consciousness collective. All the emotions are also consciousness collectives. And it's all wrapped up in what I would call the holonic, overarching, well, consciousness collective of the actual you, or the actual me. That's what I mean with awakening. It's a descriptive term. Awakening is descriptive. Enlightenment, as far as I see it, is prescriptive. Not descriptive, but prescriptive. You should do this. An enlightened person should do this. But as far as I am concerned, as far as I know, as far as I use the term awakened, I refer to a descriptive term of seeing something actually for the first time. Waking up, seeing things more for what they are, not dreaming anymore. It's like waking up and finally being more of in the real world, while enlightenment shows you things that are normally hidden. They are similar in some ways, but I would say that in more ways than not, enlightenment I would call prescriptive, ideological, religious. I mean, if other people want to confuddle, confound, and conflate enlightenment with awakening, yeah, that's up to you. I mean, if you want to argue, I mean, I am searching for a better term than just awakening. People use awakening less than enlightenment. Oh, finally I see the things. Well, yeah, you set up a certain kind of, that's why intuitively I have chosen, doesn't matter, I've chosen that awakening is getting out of the damn fucking dream, or maybe you're not even dreaming, and then suddenly you open your eyes and you see a world around you. You finally see things, well, more like they are than they were before. Not a dream world, not a world that you want to see, because in essence, any dream is something that the greater and the expanded you in your own body wants to see, wants to show you somehow, for whatever reasons. But then you wake up, you see an image of the world that your subconscious and unconscious have to just show you in their distorted way. Still, That's why I like Awakening even better, because it actually describes what even happens, because it's, yeah. Once you figure this out, you'll see that whatever you see, hear, whatever, it's just a part of you representing something that is not you from the outside. This goes so far against non-duality, or you wouldn't know. That's the thing. Whatever you're seeing, your own hands, the trees, other humans, they are the representations of your mind of what's out there, dependent on whatever your eyes receive as information. So if you look, for instance, at your monitor right now, that monitor that you see is the representation of that monitor by the visual field consciousness, which is generated by the visual cortex, which is based upon the information that comes into the eyes, and which is, well, technically speaking, predictive processing. Whatever you see isn't really that what you think it is. It's a representation of something that you cannot ever really see for reals, truly for reals. Oh, but I see it. Turn around, look away. The monitor is still there, but you don't see it. How do you know that the monitor is still there? You turn around and you see the representation of the monitor inside of your brain. But it's all integrated. That's the thing. It's like the representation of this here, of Citlali, is just code represented in a world. It's just calculations, mapping, textures. This girl here, you see, is totally not real. Technically, even speaking, it's not even imaginary. Unless you take yourself into account, then she becomes, to some extent, real, and the imaginary kind of existing. Real. That's what I mean with awakening. It's a descriptive term. Enlightenment. Oh. That's the same. Enlightenment is different. Enlightenment is prescriptive, because it tells you to turn on the light in order for you to see. But the thing is, technically speaking, even if you don't have any light on, you already see something. If you open your eyes, or even if you close them, you see darkness, you see black, like a shade of dark black. You might say, but black isn't a color. No, but for you it is. Your brain tells you it's a color, so it is a color. It has a certain, well, presence, doesn't it? Go into a dark room, totally, and darken it. Turn all the lights out. You still see. Oh, but I don't see everything. No, but you still see something. That's what they don't tell you when they talk about enlightenment. That even without the light, you still see everything but black. You don't see the objects that you want to see. You don't see all of the details, but the objects are still there. But you see black, you see darkness. But the darkness is actually there in some sense. It is the lack of light, the lack of photons. It is still there. But what if you do turn on a lamp? That lamp brightens the whole room. It illuminates whatever is straight in the way, or we have absorption and then re-emission or reflection or scattering or whatever. It lights a lot of the room, but it doesn't light everything. Here's a really weird thing with actually lighting up stuff. If you put a light source somewhere and then you walk away, oh boy, it gets dark quite quickly when there's no sun out. Here we do consider that there's no sun. Well, then you have to light everything yourself. Oh, it even gets even better. The thing is that if you light light, there are certain frequencies, wavelengths, that you cannot ever see how bright you make it. Because it doesn't pertain to your vision. It gets even better. And you might think, oh, you're just describing. Yes, this is life description. Epic life description. I haven't said anything about morality yet. And I'm not doing it yet, because I want to keep this descriptive as much as possible. You see the light. You see all kinds of colors. You see some black, you see some other colors, blue, red, white. But you don't see any infrared, you don't see any ultraviolet, you don't see X-rays or gamma rays or microwaves or radio waves. Nothing of that sort, because you cannot see them. They do not pertain to you. And then there is the case. What kind of spectrum does your light have? Do you use a green lamp? Oh yes, you could. Or a blue lamp. Or a red lamp. Or a white lamp. Well, yeah, you could use all kinds of colors. You could even use an infrared lamp. But you wouldn't see anything. Oh, the thing is with, for instance, blue light, if you only use blue light, there are certain colors you will never ever see. They are black to you, because you use blue light. Red, for instance, yellow. Oh, those colors would be black, really dark in blue light. If you use red light, just red light, most likely you would not see blue or green, or they would be really dark. The same holds for yellow and other colors that are, well, that it doesn't supposedly illuminate that much. And then there's white light, or better to say a balanced spectrum. But yeah, you have different ways of balancing a spectrum, a white spectrum. So you get as much as possible illumination for all the colors that you somehow can perceive. And you say, are you going even anywhere with this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. let's say enlightenment is like lighting a light. Well, that's the reason why they call it enlightenment. You put on a candle. You look. The candle doesn't light everything, but it lights everything that's nearby you. If you want to light more, you need to have a much more powerful light source, because hey, you need to focus it on the right things in order to illuminate whatever you want to see. Because then you can handle it, then you can work with it. The same is with enlightenment. But the thing is that, well, if you really want to light a lot of things really bright enough, oh boy, you either need a really strong light. Well, I will say that's kind of impossible. Practically seen. Or you should use the sun. But at night, can you illuminate all of the dark side of Earth now? Nope. There's no single light source that is man-made that is possible to do that. In order to handle things correctly. Thing is that one person, him or herself, might be like a candle or like a light bulb. And there's a certain limit to how much light someone can put out. If you have the spiritual kind of enlightenment. And you can only shine so and so far. Not far, if you go too far, if you want to look at something that's, for instance, a kilometer away, or a mile, you just have one little bit of a candle there, one candle, you won't be able to see it. Even with a really powerful LED light, you would barely see anything a mile away. 10 meters, okay, that's easy. That's 30 feet. That's it's not easy, but it's doable. And the closer you get, the better it gets. But get too close to the light and it's too bright. You can't really make out some details and it's too bright. You will close your eyes because too bright. Too painful. That's the thing. Enlightenment is painful. Light, too much light is painful. You can't look into the sun. You shouldn't look into the sun. That's stupid and dumb. You shouldn't do those kinds of things. But what you can do is, for instance, look at things that are well illuminated and study them and manipulate them if need be. I think if you are a bit of a spiritualist and you know some parts of enlightenment, you should be thinking, oh, you are going somewhere. Yeah. The thing is, if you want to have more enlightenment, if you want to see more in the darkness of the night, well, more lights on equals more coverage. Oh, now you say, oh, aha. See, I've never ever said anything about consciousness being eternal, infinite, or being everywhere. No. I do not claim those things. I do claim that enlightenment is morality. And enlightenment can go really, really wrong. Like building an infrared light and still seeing nothing. Wrong light. Wrong morality. not a morality that helps
上までお
humans.
願い
Like, huh, how about I buzz off to a flower and try to collect some pollen, muntum them, put into my stomach, and then regurgitate them in the hive. But you're not a bee. You're not a bee. Or, hey, let's run up to some person and bark at them in enthusiasm because we love them. Oh, but you're not a dog. And then there's light. Like blue light, red light, red light district, yellow light, more monochromatic or warped, a spectrum that's in our in what we see, but it's not enough. Like, hey, if I get more stuff, if I get more things that I can utilize in order to barter with, in order to buy some stuff with, well, that would be good. Let's get more, let's get more, let's get more. Maybe that's red or blue or yellow, whatever. But that's overindulgence in greed. I mean, getting more stuff and getting yourself a bit safe so you don't die in the winter, so you can plan ahead. Well, actually, that's kind of really great. That's even good. But if you do that too much, oh god. Especially if you shine it really hard on other people, you might warm them too much or damage them somehow with the light. Maybe you might blind them with your light, with your... Well, yeah, like then you only see, for instance, the red stuff. Oh, get more, get more, get more. Oh no, or maybe the blue stuff. Get more, get more, get more. And then the red stuff seems so dark. You don't see that love is also important. Or you see everything just through love. And then you don't see that, yes, you also need the blue things. Some of those blue things. So in that sense, you need a balanced white light. Oh, of course, if we talk about our own biology, blah blah blah, yes, you have red lights, black body spectrum, white light, you have fluorescent lights. It's not always good for the human to look at, but in looking at enlightenment and morality, a good balance of white light is actually really necessary. But yeah, if you have a guru, for instance, who tells you red light is the best, or a guru who tells you blue light is the best, or a guru that tells you yellow light is the best, in some they are wrong, but they are right that all of the lights are necessary. All of those lights and more. All of the spectrum. The more of the spectrum, the better. The more harmonious it is. But now you say, wait, what? Nobody taught me about this. Nope. And the thing is, I'm just winging this. Just thinking about some stuff. I'm not saying this is totally true, but as far as I've seen things, as far as I've seen morality as morality goes, this is something that I have encountered, and I would say, yes, if you want to have the prescriptive kind of morality, which I do think enlightenment is, then this kind of vision, this kind of view, is more
もしもしよ
balanced,
空に
is
帰りなさい
wise. No, oh, well, love is everything, or everything everything is consciousness and love and infinite. No, I don't believe that shit. I think that's, if you want to believe that, that's okay, but consider other points of views. And there are points of view that you can cobble together for yourself by getting the right kind of frequencies of spectrum of light in your enlightenment from many sources and being careful in your selection and taking your time to consider these
良
things.
き日々は先を手にして流れゆく村を貸すならとごで
Do you have to be awakened in order to become enlightened? Nope. Do you have to be enlightened in order to become awakened? Nope. But being either one of them in a good way, in a more balanced way, in a more healthy way, helps discover the other better. If you want both and you already have one of them, count yourself lucky and blessed. And now you say, but this is not something that they told me at Guru Mac Academy. No. This is not what they taught you at the spiritual retreat. I will tell you that. Because this is my own current invention, right here, right now. But you curse and you swear and you still get angry because I'm a limited human being. I don't believe in this perfection. I don't believe in this eternity. I believe that once I'm gone, I'm gone. Doesn't mean that my actions have no consequences. Doesn't mean that I don't make mistakes. It doesn't mean that. It means that I am a human. A walking, talking ape. But, yeah. If you don't like it, there are other people who will tell you all kinds of things that you want to hear. Then you can go back to a more monochromatic way of enlightenment. A more limited in scope way of enlightenment, which in some ways might be even worse than no enlightenment at all. Because if you do not have enlightenment, no really superior, if you don't have enlightenment and you can't see shit, do you know what you do? You put out your hand and you try to touch around in order to get somewhere. You still see black, but you still can sense something. The same holds with regards to enlightenment. Those who are not enlightened in a lot of sense, if they are wise enough, oh, why, hello there. I see. So, I've been playing this game for, technically, for nearly 5 years now, and I missed this. I don't need the primals. But let's get back to enlightenment. There are people, I mean, the thing is that those who are not enlightened, who don't have that enlightenment, who don't have that shining light of more of these really greater moral, still can use their sense of touch, their voice to wander around. It's when you become enlightened that you actually see things. But you can feel them, you can hear them, you can somehow sense them in other ways as well. Morality is not exclusively to those who deem themselves to be moral beings because of certain insights. If you think you are moral just because you are supposedly enlightened, oh boy, most likely you are hindered in your ability to see clearly everything, to see things clearly. Am I? Judging you? Nope. Oh well, actually yes I am. Oh judge, unless you don't want to be judged yourself. Oh, I don't care. Wait, what? I've never... But could... Well, here's my... There's another chest there. And I know that some part of this stuff here was inaccessible in the past. Okay, I'm looking at another map here and... Huh. And I don't know whether this was there in the past or whether this is because of the area that we got before we got to Natlan. Because this Hillshill camp, I'm quite sure we were never able to get here in the past now. Well, nah, you know what? I'm going to go to... Yeah, where's this shit? Ah, the music is so great, I must say that. Oh, it's so great. Oh no. But yeah, it doesn't matter. So, the thing is that enlightenment is prescriptive, because you actually shine a light somehow. And there's I do think that there is a separation between enlightenment and awakening. And while I won't say that the one actually does lead to the other, I will say, in many cases, full and or partial awakening and full or partial awakening or enlightenment will lead, can lead to partial or full of the other. But how do you know that you are fully awakened or enlightened? Well, that's the problem. You don't. You don't know for sure. Because how do you know that you know that you know that you truly see things as they are? Well, the Buddha said, I don't care what the Buddha said. I don't care what any kind of person said. What I care about is what the actual truth is. What actual reality is. What objective reality is, if there is objective reality. I'm quite sure there is objective reality. You might say, wait, what? Well, most people who are spiritual do believe in an absolute, in an objective reality. Only people who are actually a bit stupid and dumb and or manipulative will tell you, oh, there is no objective reality. It is spiritually sound to totally acknowledge there is an objective reality. You might say, but if you are lying and are trying to set us up, for what? If I say that there's actual real truth, absolute truth, things that cannot be changed at all, but everything changes. Are you certain about that? That's my question. Are you really certain that there are things that don't change? If you can't be certain about that, doesn't that tell you anything about what you actually know? Oh, what the fuck do we know? All of these things that people say. Oh, I've seen this, I've heard this. Someone wrote something down in a book, but have you experienced it for yourself? Have you been that person then? But in my past life, I was that person. How do you know? For sure. How would I know for sure? And you might say, oh, you're just posturing. Yeah, maybe I'm just posturing. But again, let's see. No chat, no nothing. Okay, no problem. But you can't know everything. I don't say that I know everything. I never said that I know everything. Nothing.
契約を果たせ。
この天下で裁く。
And you also get a smack. Everyone gets a smack. But that's the thing. For instance, non-dualists, Advaita Vedantists, those who believe in non-duality, or actually accept non-duality as truth, well, they do believe in an objective reality. They believe that everything is the supreme consciousness. All of it. All of it. Of course, there are certain versions, etc., but in the end it comes down to that there's something that's eternal, infinite. Those are terms that mean something. Eternal, infinite, those are kind of really absolute terms.
じゃあ行くよ。
And you might say, but. If those people who are considered to be deeply spiritual are considered to be those who are to some extent in the know, and I disagree with them in a lot of areas, but I do acknowledge, yes, they do believe in an objective truth, objective reality, and in absolute truth. Saying something is infinite is declaring something to be absolutely true, unchangeable. Yeah, but the Buddha said, yeah, even the Buddha says that if everything changes, then, yeah, well, there's one thing that doesn't change, the fact that everything changes. So then not everything changes, and there are certain things that are unchangeable. Even there, oh, but. What about the non-self and something being itself but also not itself?
Yeah.
How can something be itself and not itself? If something isn't itself, it's either something else or it doesn't exist. And you might say, but what about contradictions and paradoxes? Those are paradoxes and contradictions that we cannot solve because we are limited beings. There, I said it. We are limited in scope. I mean, certainly there are things that we do not comprehend. You might say, yeah, that's true. Yep. And of course, there are a lot of things that we do comprehend, but the things that we do not comprehend, most likely outnumber the things that we do understand. What is the square root of the strawberry dimension? You say, oh, what do you, that doesn't compute, you make no sense. Precisely. If I can't understand it, and I just say gibberish, how can you understand what that gibberish even means? Maybe it does actually exist. Maybe it can't exist. But if it can't exist, in the sense, in reality, and I don't even understand what it actually really pertains to, but I just say some seemingly meaningful sentence of a sequence of words. But I allude to the square root of the strawberry dimension. I don't know what that means, but I'm just conjuring up, just trying to make something up that I think I do not understand, or that I could ever understand, and that where I think that nobody ever could understand. The square root of the strawberry dimension. Its length. No, the strawberry dimension, not the length of a strawberry. The strawberry dimension. Or the strawberry field. Or the field of or the imagination field, the exponential function for the imagination field. I don't know what it means. I have a bit of imagination of what it could be, but I don't understand what I do understand what I'm trying to convey, what it could mean, but those are just incompatible concepts. But could it exist? I don't know. I don't think so, but who knows? That's the point. That's something that I do not understand, and that where I think we will not understand it. And there are things that we cannot even imagine. That might exist or might not exist, or could exist or could not exist, and we don't know. That's the thing. Infinite is not just big, it's bigger than whatever you can think of, and even bigger than that. That's the problem. People do not really understand what infinite means, what eternal means, what absolute actually really means. This is why I think that a lot of people who say that they are enlightened have a selective enlightenment, and in some other ways are absolute dum-dums. Pretending. That's okay. I mean, if you like to pretend, that's up to you, but I don't like pretending. I want to know. I want to know for sure how things are, and not just pretend that I know. I know. I'm kind of really sure that I have never, ever really experienced something in infinite way. What about in your imagination? Even there, the infinity is just so much that I cannot really understand. But it's still not infinity as far as I am concerned. Infinity just doesn't have any end to it. And that's just with an accountable infinity. Oh yeah, this beer is really great. So, coming back to enlightenment, to awakening. I think I separate these terms. One is descriptive and the other is prescriptive. And once I get a better term for awakening instead of awakening, I will start using that instead of awakening, because I want to use a better term. Because why? Well, the term does cover it, but it's in programming, if you have the same name for program with differing differing kinds of inputs, input variables, whatever. That's not conflation. That's overloading. But there's another term for that. Okay, why didn't it do that? At times this game really punishes me for just thinking it does logical things.
さあ、働きなさい。
太陽の本能を
It's dead. I love Mobika and her team. Yeah, I like this a lot. But conflation, yes.
冒険だ冒険
I think there are those who say that
絶妙のよ契約を果たせ。
燃えよこの天下で裁く
絶妙のよ契約を果たせ。
通常を焼き尽くす
燃えろ
じゃあ行くよ。
ah, it's
山の地。
I I will get the energy back. But yeah, the overloaded term. Well, no, yeah, yeah. I am technically overloading the term awakening. Or better to say, there are two phenomena that are, in my eyes, distinct from each other, but I do use different terms. Oh, yo, bro, she's really munching down those Julian chilies. Yeah, stop eating them. You dumb cunt. Oh, you shouldn't say that. Why not? All these flowers are actually really... well... they did make them appealing enough. I want to see them. Okay, I have enough of these now. That can... I want these. I need them. Oh, why? Because they are there and I can collect them. Let's pick some mints! Like a fucking retard. Oh! Awesome. Of course, that's one of the higher mountains as well. Then go get up there. Go get him. Get him. Boy, go boy! It's actually really also kind of nice. Look at that. Huh. But yeah. How can you use all these kinds of really nasty words? Well, that's the thing. Humanity has survived while using these kinds of terms for people who deserve them. You don't laud someone who does something really dumb and stupid. You reprimand them. You tell them, hey, you're a bit of a dumb... dumb bastard, a stupid oinker. Derogatory terms are there for a reason. In order to tell someone you fucked up somehow and you need to do better in your life. Of course, overuse of those terms is also not good, because then you are actually bullying people, then you're trying to over-control people. Oh, but you shouldn't control people. Oh, really? So if your 4-year-old or 5-year-old comes with a knife towards you and tries to stab you, you don't take the knife away. You don't give him a bit of a smack and say, hey, you don't do that. The thing is, you do an age appropriate response, of course. Like, you wouldn't take the knife from a toddler and just stab them. Well, actually, if you do it in a correct way, you might teach them a lesson. You wanna... Well, you could, for instance, take away if they are not, if they do see enough, if they are smart enough, you take away the knife, you prick yourself somewhere where it's safe enough to prick. You say, "Ah, that hurts," and then you tell, "You want to try that because it hurts," and then you let them prick themselves. Of course, only with a finger. Once they find out that it hurts, you tell them, "Don't play around with knives. You might do something far, far worse than just this. This is already nasty enough. You don't want to do more. You don't want to do that to someone else." That might be an effective way in order to teach your child, if your child does something like that. There are children who just see a knife and you tell them, yeah, if you've got to be careful with knives, and they plop. They just understand, oh yeah, knives are dangerous. I should be careful with them, and I should be careful with them and others. The thing is that humans are a cooperative social species. Oh yeah, and this is going somewhere. And there are certain things that have worked better for us and where we are more adapted in order to work together than this whole, oh yeah, we have to do bad things to each other. Oh, of course. There's a whole stuff with tribes, tribality. Well, tribes, villages, ethnicities, races, subspecies. And the thing is, there is competition on those levels. And it can be quite fierce. And don't misunderstand me, I don't mean that I like intertribal, interethnic, interracial conflict. But this is something that we somehow cannot forgo. We are territorial, conquering, wandering tribal apes. We love our kin more than those who are not our kin, normally. Except for the 15% of gasholes that should be dealt with severely for doing the shit that they do. Of course, appropriately. I mean, if someone gossips around all the time, there are other measures than someone who, for instance, lies about really, really nasty things about a family member. Or even more, someone who steals from a family member or is violent towards a family member or exploits them. There are different ways to correct that behavior and, if necessary, punish someone for their nasty, evil behavior. And yes, exile and getting rid of those people out of your own life and that of and telling others, hey, how about we shun them? It's a viable strategy. But yeah, we are. It just dies. 66,000 just. Boom. But yeah, now you know how I feel about certain things.
手加減なしよ。
So now we have fully loaded up, but I want a neutral victim. No, I mean, those are trial victims. And while nice, I want neutral victims. Yeah.
止める勇気はあるか。
さあ、働きなさい。
Look at those smells. Just that. Oh my. But she's fully charged. I'm a charged Mamawika. I'm a charged Malusa. But yeah. You might think, but we shouldn't punish people. We shouldn't be so harsh to people. We shouldn't. Well, if you think that's because, most likely that's because you have limited. Yeah, you have a limited color enlightenment. Oh, Hilly Trolls! Trolls! Gunk! Okay. So that's 93k. That's just fresh. Out of the box. Boom. Of course, a fully powered one, but... yeah, that can go up to ×9 with Bennett, Shilonen, and Shitlalia. Well, there's a reason why I invested this much in this character. I think, even with all of the damn bullshit that Hoyo will do, she will still be great. I mean, she's still so good. I'm really... I love the character. And I know she's...
キッズパパ、そうよ。
石燕に葬られよ。
It all dies. Oh god. Yeah. But racism is bad. Well, racism is part of humanity. Disliking others because they are of a different breed is kind of natural. I mean, I don't totally say that I'm totally for just unjustified, just willy-nilly racial hatred. Oh no. But I know why. Well, why ethnic strifes, ethnic conflict, racial conflict is something that actually happens. And I'll tell you this. Everywhere where there is racial conflict in the world, nearly, actually everywhere, it's because at least one group doesn't belong there. I don't mean between, for instance, the problems between the Hutus and the Tutsis. That's really just ethnic. Because those people well, are kind of really similar still, but they are different in, well, not totally in ethnicity, but enough that it matters to them. But yeah, in most people's eyes, it's nearly the same, so what's the problem? Or, for instance, between different, for instance, between between the Persians and some of the Iraqi groups. Even in Syria, there are certain different groups where you could say, well, they are kind of the same kind, or they are kind of really similar, Semitic people, and still ethnic strife, ethnic hatred. But those people have been living all together for hundreds, thousands of years. That's not good, but it's expected. Different peoples, different backgrounds, and yeah, conflict arises because somewhere something goes wrong, and people tend to have a really tribes and peoples tend to have a really long memory with regards to those kinds of things. Well, but that's, I'm not saying it's acceptable, but it's understandable that happens. I would say, even to some extent, I would say it's natural, in the sense that it's something that just happens, and we have to just accept it. So, but I would say, and yeah, here's where I will piss off a lot of people. Africans having racial conflicts with Europeans is something that I would consider unnatural. I don't mean, for instance, when you have some conflicts with... Is that happened in the past with conflicts between the Ottomans going to Central Europe in order to subjugate it, the Mongol hordes invading India and other parts of more Western Asia. But I mean, for instance, really, well, people of more sub-Saharan African descent clashing with people of Swedish, German, Dutch descent. Anywhere in the world. I would say that's unnatural. That shouldn't happen normally. But we had migration. Yeah, but shouldn't migration be a bit limited in scope for anyone and everyone? Oh, and I'm going to piss off even more people. I would say that currently what's happening, for instance, in the West, in Western countries, atrocities against the peoples of Europe? Yeah, but slavery. I don't give a fuck about slavery. Racial injustice. Don't care about that. Colonialism. Don't give a fuck about that. There's always some excuse in order to say, oh yeah, whatever you, let's hate on certain people because of their ethnicity or their race. It's weird, isn't it? Why is it that only whites have been the bad people lately, within the past few decades? Why? Why is it that white Europeans are the boogeyman everywhere? according to, well, the socio-political and also economic tastemakers. Those who set the tone. I would say that's a big atrocity. That's what I would call evil. And you might say, "Ooh, well. Yeah, but how can you hate people just because of their race?" I don't hate people because of their race. I hate people for their behavior.
手加減なしよ。さあ働きなさい。
That's how I roll. And sadly, but in all reality, certain groups of people have certain behaviors. Holds for all peoples. It's not just peoples. It's also animals, plants. All life has certain behaviors according to species, subspecies. You might say, "Oh, that ain't so," but it is. You acknowledge that, for instance, there's a difference between certain species of bears or even certain subspecies of birds. But that doesn't hold for humans. Oh yes, it does. Oh, next you're going to tell me? Yes. There's a difference in average IQ, average behavior, average, well, brain size, brain structure for different races and ethnicities. Oh, white people, blah, 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 blah. Don't care. The truth is the damn fucking truth with regards to that. It's not an absolute truth as in it's something that was the case a billion years ago, or 2 billion years ago, or 3 billion years ago. But it is the case now. It has been the case for hundreds of millions of years already. And it won't change for the foreseeable future. It's environment, changing peoples, changing how they live, changing how they, well, yeah, how their culture is, how they see things. How to do that? But that's the thing. We do acknowledge that chimpanzees are dumber than humans, far dumber in general. But I don't compare certain groups of people in certain continent, in that certain continent, to chimpanzees or bonobos. That you go there means that you somehow know about it, and to some extent even acknowledge this. But vehemently, everyone is the same. No, we are not. And the thing is that you are even not the same than you were 10 years ago, or when you were a teen, or when you were a child. In some ways, I would even say that you are superior to
太陽の本能を
your previous version, and maybe a previous version was better than a previous version. A previous version of you was superior to you today. But you are saying that the sub-Saharan Africans. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there are differences in intelligence. There are differences in behavior. There are differences in
何キーツパパ買おうよ絶妙よ
アクセル全開はい冒険だ冒険
this behavior, culture, and
冒険だ冒
of
険
course, for instance, North and South Korea are really a great example of how people can be nearly exactly identical with regards to ethnicity,
ジュージは任せたからね
加速すると
still be kind of really different in how they act, etc., and even in general intelligence. Yes, but that does not rule out the other genetic factors that actually do influence
Yeah.
intelligence, behavior, culture, etc. Oh, am I finally getting?
何キーツパパ買おうよ
くらえ頭上を焼き尽くす
Oh yeah, next in the Teyvat Times in the Steambird, a local hero genocides all of Teyvat's monsters. Poor Hilichos, they didn't do anything wrong. Well, I don't think they. I can go wherever I want. But yeah. Oh, this rain is really screwing with my vision. My enhanced vision. All these hilly. Oh god. No, I don't want to fight you. And it's not because I can't. It's so tedious. Oh. It's all of this regularity that I see. Oh, it's so... The patterning really screws with my enhanced vision. So yeah, that's one downside with regards to being awake. With me being awakened. Starconch. It's tasty, but I am not really drinking it like it's some lemon juice. I barely ever drink lemon juice. And I haven't even put this into my fridge. Oh, come on! There's always something. Okay, you get this special VIP treatment. Bye. Oh my, they always want, look at me, look at me, look at me, please kill me, please. Okay, you really wanna die? Okay, you get the death penalty for wanting to die. You wanna die, you get the death penalty. You wanted to do the suicide, we'll just kill you. And okay, you wanna suicide? You wanna try to suicide? No. You know, there's a death penalty on that, on trying to suicide. Oh, thank you very much. But it's gonna be
疲れた。
really quick and swift. You won't feel anything of this. Oh yeah, I really wanted to do that. Please, thank you. Would be something. Suicide. Attempts to suicide is punishable by death, by swift death. But yeah. I hope I've pissed you off enough. Because I only want those who are mentally strong to watch whatever I say. Why? Because I say so. Because people who have childish beliefs in enlightenment ruins the world. I'm not saying childlike, I'm saying childish. There's a difference between childlike versus being childish. Me whining about the abyss and getting angry and pissed off is childish. I know that. But me enjoying this game and having some fun is childlike. There is a difference. Childish is mostly detrimental to yourself and or others. Childlike doesn't have to be detrimental, can be detrimental, but then in most cases you would call that childish. And yes, at times you have to be more of a mature adult mindset. And taking into account, for instance, we here in the Western world, or at least us Westerners in Europe, us indigenous, we talk a lot about equality, etc. But in some ways it is regulated by law. But in all practicality,
もしよ、空に帰りなさい。
it's impossible to be totally equal to someone else. You are not the other, and the other is not you. Otherwise you would be one and the same. Your worth is different. In certain circumstances, yes, your worth should be equal and is, and in even more specific circumstances, your worth is actually equal under the law. Do note how I specified that and why. Yeah. So people are different
受け止められる？
in many ways. And acknowledging that and saying, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's best when people are in the place where their ancestors have been for many generations. Hundreds, up to thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years. And I will say that every tribe, every ethnicity,
頭上によ。
every race needs to have their home turf, their home territories, their home countries, a place where they belong. a place where they can say, if someone else wants to try to take this, they will be met with maybe an unreasonable amount of force, but in our eyes it will be reasonable because we are us, and this is our place. This is something that peoples in the past, in Europe, and peoples currently in the rest of the world, in most other places, also adhere to. Their place, their rules, their peoples, and it's all theirs. You want to come in? It's according to their laws, according to their costumes. And you want to take over somehow? You will be dealt with. You want to conquer their territory? They will annihilate you. This is natural human law. And this is because humanity is a roving, wandering, hunter-gatherer species, where many intertribal conflicts have been in the past, and ruthless, nasty tribes have killed less ruthless, less nasty tribes. But too much ruthlessness kills tribes as well. So, a kind of being kind is good, being good, ruthless is good, but being too kind is bad for yourself. Being too ruthless is bad for the other, but also because others will band together in order to vanquish you. If you are too ruthless, it's also bad for you as well. So you have to find the balance. But that is something that most people who call themselves enlightened, and also others who call themselves spiritual, woke, socialist, Marxist, all kinds of people of all kinds of walks of life who say, oh, but we did wrong and we are bad people. They don't understand that. They don't understand that letting in millions of people, tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people into Europe, and I will see the United States of America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other parts of the world where, well, Europeans have somehow been able to actually really conquer the land and establish, well, themselves there. In that way, yeah. I'm not going to say that what happened in the past is a good thing, because it isn't. But what has happened then there is what happened then there. It's a pity that things happened as they did. And if anything, for instance, the United States, I would say that the Native Americans should be the ones who should be in charge, who should be running the show, but alas, it isn't. You might say, oh, it was all just conquering. No, it was sickness, it was intertribal warfare, it was a lot of hatred between everyone, etc. And of course, the evil right conquer, but most people are just trying to survive. Everyone just tries to survive. Most people don't give a fuck about normally what someone else does, as long as you don't hinder them. Oh, nice. But even in those times, I mean... Yeah. But a lot of people, most people currently in our countries here in Europe believe that. No, not most, but a significant portion of our of the populace believe that letting in millions and millions of foreigners into our countries here in Europe is a really great thing, and is a kind of making things right with regards to what happened in the past. And there are a lot of people who say, including me, that's bullshit. It's actually making things really bad, far worse. Or it's a compensation for what happened in the past because your ancestors were filthy colonialists. No, they weren't. Only a small percentage of people colonized other countries. But what about the kings, etc.? They represented the will of themselves. To some extent, yes, they try to do good to the people, but they also wanted to, well, gain more power. I cannot totally blame them. Because, hey, more stuff is more stuff. Other stuff is other stuff. You want more of the nice things from other places if possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, thing is that in most cases where you had colonization, only in some countries that didn't have, well, for instance, North America and the Australian subcontinent, well, I would say those are places where things really went wrong, went really badly for the natives. I'm not saying I condone what happened there, but if there's anything that where you see that there's a bit of actual, where colonization became a bit more of a long-term settlement, I would say South Africa, was it Congo? Or at least Zimbabwe is a really, really, really great example where those who were the descendants of those who lived there and, well, had the mainstay in those countries. Yeah. I don't know what to say. It is what happened, and do I condone it? I mean, for instance, the Boers in South Africa, people look down on those people just because they are the descendants of people who, well, went there and tried to build up a living there as farmers. They didn't have anything bad in mind with the locals. Actually, they in a lot of cases, most people just tried to get by in an area that was sparsely populated, where at that time, in those times, even those people who of which there are many descendants now, and many of those ancestors weren't even there then, at the time that the Dutch Boers arrived. But yeah, of course, it's all just the the evil Nazi Dutch colonists that, for instance, the Khoisan people were actually diminished in South Africa. It wasn't the Bantu hordes that came to the area that we call South Africa, who roamed around and who actually utilized warfare in order to subjugate and even kill off those other tribes that were in those areas. But yeah, it's all because of white colonialism. The Hutu and Tutsi conflict is all because of colonialism. The Mongol horse is all due to white colonialism. It's all white colonialism. That's the only thing that's important. The evil white people, the evil Europeans, and that's bullshit. If anything that I've learned is that all peoples, all tribes, all ethnicities, all races are capable of incredible evil. It's the big problem that the Europeans had some luck with resources, a harsh environment at first, but then resources in order to, invent stuff. Harsh environment where you have to plan ahead. That did the number on increasing our intelligence, our ancestors' intelligence, and cleverness, creativity. Not saying that other peoples don't have that. Of course they do, but different. Some other ethnicities and tribes and races are even, in some sense, superior to us. I would even say that in some sense, in the sense that, being loyal to your own tribe's ethnicity, race, is something that we currently lack here in Europe. There's a kind of tribal unity, a kind of ethnic unity, and even racial unity that the others have much more than we have. Let's see if there's Whoa. I mean, it's pretty clear that we have countries and societies where being our own indigenous people here in Europe itself, is seen as being actually a bad thing. How else would you call that than people being taught to hate themselves in some way, being indoctrinated in hating themselves, being brainwashed somehow in order to do harm and think badly of those that are genetically similar to them, and to love those who are genetically different over those that are genetically similar. I mean, Of course, I will admit that if you have, for instance, a brother that actually abuses you somehow, or a sister, or a mother, or, well, a son or a daughter that treats you horribly, I mean, yeah, of course, that you start to hate them, and that you start to dislike them, detest them, etc. That's understandable. I mean, but the path of least resistance is not always the most fruitful one, because sometimes you will have to go back. So the path of least resistance will become the path of greatest resistance. I would say a big great thing to have is the love for your own people. And why? It's not because they did great stuff. That shouldn't matter. Of course, it matters in some ways, but it shouldn't matter in the sense like, I mean, oh, my ancestors, yeah, well, go back far enough and at least one of your own ancestors will have done something really, really nasty.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm not that proud of that, yeah, but they are still part of your ancestors, and you have to acknowledge that. Even if only in order to understand, I might be capable of doing similar nasty things. I better be careful. But of course, yeah, you always want to think about those who did really well and did great things, because I might be capable of that, but then the question is, are you doing that? Oh, what about you? Well, I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, I'm capable of all the good things that my family did. No, I'm not going to fight that shit. That is the path of greater resistance. Oh, come on. Oh. Yeah, I'm mostly in most cases just saying a lot of more general terms in order to, well, be a bit more fair and be honest about things in a way which is, in my eyes, more acceptable. I mean, saying some, I can go to specifics and say stuff about all the damn atrocities that, people from the continent of Africa, and the Middle East tend to do here, mostly males, when they come here and beg for asylum, the fake asylum seekers, and how society really has transformed in the last 30 years. But you shouldn't be so harsh on these people. They have to adapt. Oh, that's weird. It's really difficult. They have trauma. Well, that sucks, but then they shouldn't be here. Then they should be in a suitable country that's according to their own rules. No, I really mean that. I'm not saying that I have a problem with people coming here, but if you do not behave according to the reasonable rules that we have here, for instance in the Netherlands, what the fuck are you doing here? No, I really mean it. What the fuck are you doing here if you come here and then rape someone, murder someone? Oh, but those people are full of trauma. Yeah, then they shouldn't be here. Or they should be locked up. Preventively. So they don't do this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if Ahmed from Syria steals for the 20th time from a local supermarket, and they don't expel him, but they bring him back to the asylum center, and he doesn't get any punishment, nothing, no reprimand, nothing. Tell me, what will he do? He will steal again? Because he can. Because he has been taught. Well, most likely because he's scum from Syria. That even in Syria he would well, I think he has had some reprimands. But he came here in order to do whatever the fuck he wants to do. And then he just steals because he can. Because he can get away with it. But there aren't people like that. But you do believe that about indigenous Europeans now, do you? Don't you? That some people are incorrigible. Some people are bad apples. But it's only when it's indigenous Europeans now, isn't it? No one else could be a bad apple. Oh, because he's from Syria, he's super special awesome. Oh, he couldn't be a bad apple. That's bullshit. You know it. I have a friend who's telling me to not talk about these things, to not talk to him about it, or that he doesn't want to talk about it. I won't name him, he knows who he is. But the problem is that this is cowardice. I know he does it in order to protect himself and his family, his relatives. I understand that. But the problem is that eventually he'll just be in the trap of, well, of a totalitarian regime. Because one way or another we will get totalitarian regimes here in Europe again. And all over the world, where those who can take the power away, now can take freedom away in order to attain total control and total power, they will do so. Why? Because they can, because they want that. Because the people who are the elite, most of them, are of the 10 to 15% of people that are absolute shitbags. Nearly all of them. Because, well, our system rewards them for attaining that kind of power. Just like our system rewards people from other places to come here, ask for asylum, get it, and then wreak havoc. It's not everyone that comes here, I'm not saying that. But there is an incentive to just break the rules, don't give a fuck about the people here. And there are people who assist these people because they're just as fucked in the brain as all. And also power hungry. Wanting to do good to people who are bad. And wanting to do bad to people who are actually good. And you see that in the news over and over again. Because now I'm getting to the part where I really want to piss everyone off as much as possible. Because, you know, this isn't a problem of one race or the rest of the races. It's a problem that humanity itself has. It's something that has been plaguing humanity for, well, since the dawn of humanity and even before. Even the species before us have dealt with these people as well. And because of the more harsher circumstances, the really nasty ones were, how should I put this? Our ancestors were able to weed them out much easier, much quicker. Exile them, kill them, get rid of them. Because they are a detriment to the tribe. They have perverse thinking, perverse desires. Desires that go against the group, the tribe, and also against themselves. Via going against the tribe. Parasitizing like that, trying to control other people like that, has backlash. To some extent, it's doable. But if you go too far with that, you screw over the others too much. And everyone will reap the consequences of that. That's what we are facing currently on a global scale. Once our precious European countries turn into total shitholes here in Europe, except for certain other countries in the East, the Eastern European countries will currently still be spared, but if our countries are taken over, oh boy, the Eastern European blocks that still exists there, while shithole countries, there will be people, there will be men wanting to invade and conquer Eastern Europe. Then, if they win here, if those invaders who are not out of Northern Africa, Middle East, and Southern Africa, and the Sub-Saharan Africa, if they take over here, here's some blockers next, if they get established here. And it's mostly because of Islam, which is, I would say, I don't use these words lightly, but I would say it's a diabolical religion, a religion of evil. It's a kind of, well, how do you call it, how to rule a country? It's a way of ruling a country, a certain area, but it's also religion. It's an ideology, a religion, and it's also a way of how to rule, well, a certain peoples. And it's unrelenting. It has expansion drift, and well, if you use force in order to spread it, that's good. You die using force to spread it. That's good. That grants you access to heaven easily, if you don't fuck it up in another way. Being a martyr for that piece of shit God, that piece of shit devil, I would even say. I mean, Yahweh of the Old Testament is a gasshole shitbag of a god already. Oh boy, Allah is even worse. But all of the Middle Eastern big three bad religions, even Christianity. Oh, but Jesus, yeah, but that's the thing. Mainstream Christianity still has the Old Testament God as a God. That's the problem. And a sacrifice in order to appease that God is still bullshit. The Gnostics get it a bit better, but yeah, it's still a stupid universe that they live in, a stupid kind of cosmos that they think is real. Blah, etc. Blah,
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
聞け太陽の本番を
But yeah, but Megan Nicole, you should be so harsh. Why not? If you knew anything about Islam, you would say, "Oh shit, we need to stop this shit right now." And it's not just Islam; it's the whole current stuff. Some people call it capitalism. I think capitalism, just like communism, is a really misused word, and I'm not saying in the sense that I don't believe that there is no communism or there is no capitalism, but
口封じは任せたからね。手加減なしよ。
for instance, I don't believe that capitalism is a good term to use because people use anything will say capitalism to say to me either something really good or something really bad. I think the term is really ill-defined. And I see a lot of people either really praising what they call a free market, capitalism, or really hating on capitalism in general and saying, oh, the current system is capitalism. And yeah, I don't know. I will say this. Our current economic system that we have incentivizes gasshole shitbag behavior with regards to fucking over everyone. Tax breaks for the rich. Governments in bed with big corporations. This is shit. This is really bad. Because it really incentivizes the exploitation of most people by the few. This I do agree with. That's where the communists, the Marxists, the socialists is really bad. The biggest, baddest, nastiest leftist, leftoids, woke Marxists actually really have a point. However, I disapprove of what they preach and their methods. Their solutions will fuck over people even more. And the thing is, the utterly nasty rich utilize these people. They utilize Marxists. They utilize communists. They exploit them.
すっかり晴れて行楽日和
And if you can't see that,
さあ乗れツーリングにでも行こう
you're blind. You're kind of blind in some way. I see communists, Marxists as useful and useless idiots. Useful in the sense for those who can exploit them. In the sense, well, the useful ones are the ones that can be utilized for,
アクセル全開
well, for exploitation. But there are a lot of them who are not really useful for the elite, and those are just useless idiots. But they are still idiots because they believe bullshit. No. That's about 5.5 hours in order to just, well, let's say 5 hours. Drinking that big bottle of beer. Was it good? Yes, was it? That was enjoyable. For once, I really did not drink too much too fast. But yeah, getting back to the problem with the ultra rich, the ultra powerful. And don't forget this, or note this as well. If you think that non-governmental organizations are just selfless. No, non-governmental organizations are run by Goody McGoodshoes, Goody McGoodtoes, Goody Shoes McGoodtoes, or
Yeah.
the Fairy Godmother, or little Buddhas or little Gandhis are really good to us? Nah, only some of them are still good. I would wager, I would guess that there are a lot of people who are in those NGOs and were there just to garner a nice paycheck from whoever grants them that. You can look it up for yourself. I mean, just take your time. Go ahead, do some research. Look it up. You will find stuff if you really want it. I'm just telling you, I'm just giving you pointers here. You can do your own research. If you don't believe me, you don't have to, but you can do your research. You can look it up. It is doable. I mean, if you want to be pissed off more in Euro ethnocentrism, well, go to the Lotus Eaters, go to Sargon of Akkad, go to Goodfella, but then spelled with 6-O-O-D, and then fella. Go to Richard IV. If you really want to see, if you want to really be appalled by some Canadian grifter. Well, you can go to Paul Joseph Watson and get pissed off there. Oh, I get pissed off, but because of other reasons. Because I see the atrocities. And oh yeah. Some black man stabbing a Ukrainian girl. In the subway, because she was a white girl and she needed a good stabbing in order to die, because that's real racial justice. You see? Because all of us Europeans need to be stabbed to death now, don't we? If you agree with that, I hate you and I want you to die. Yeah. You wouldn't expect that now from me. Either change your mind or die. Whatever takes the least effort. The thing is that being awakened doesn't mean that you see everything only positively and in this only one certain way, which is the best way. No, you see the good and you see the bad. And the thing is, both the good can be seen over and over again, but because we humans are humans, the bad tends to stick out so sorely. You see the nasty tendencies of other people even more. And yes, that does induce a lot of suffering that wasn't there before. That was intuitive and instinctive, but now it has become conscious suffering, because you see more, you feel more, and you cannot turn it off. And you might say, wait, what? What are you even saying? I'm saying that, getting back to, well, first of all, what I mean, if you think, or if you believe that us indigenous, us peoples of indigenous European descent, who see ourselves as that, and as being the rightful inhabitants and possessors of our lands, if you want us dead, I hope you either change your mind or you just die. And there's good reason for that. Because if you hate us, because if you are of that opinion, you hate us so much that you would want to kill us. And I hate people who are like that. They are also part of the evil that plagues humanity. But you also hate, no, it's a, well, it's not a hate that is born out of just sheer, oh, what happened in the past, no. It's a hate that is based upon present day evil intentions. But see this, I'm not going to go out there and just willy-nilly attack people who are So hateful. But if they declare that to me, I will be extra vigilant. Because then I know I have someone in my sight that is an enemy to humanity itself. Because this kind of hatred just won't stop them. Again. Even those of the same answer of a similar ethnic background as me who hate even other indigenous Europeans who hate other indigenous Europeans for just being indigenous Europeans are, in my eyes, vile and evil traitors. Only redeemable if they actually really change their mind. But it's the same like being an Uncle Ruckus. You don't want to be an Uncle Ruckus and hate other people of African descent just because they are of African descent. That's bullshit. Then you should hate yourself as well. Actually, I hope that those people who are indigenous self-haters actually take out themselves first. Go commit your hate genocide. Start with yourself first, then. And if you're outsiders, if you're not of my indigenous ancestor, of my indigenous ethnicity, change your mind. Fuck off or die. You don't belong here. But I have a really heavy heart on this. It could be that there might be ethnic cleansings, genocides that will happen in the future. Well, in Europe again, against the indigenous Europeans. And why? Because our our leaders have sold us out. And here comes the kicker. Something really similar is happening in Japan as well. There, public opinion, certain officials, certain people, with power, money, whatever, are trying their best in order to change the mind of the Japanese people, in order to be so tolerant of foreigners that mass immigration into Japan is seen as a necessary thing, a good thing, and something that will help Japan and the Japanese people. But it won't. It will only replace the Japanese with foreigners. It will be a soft genocide against the Japanese. And of course, I like anime. I do like the Japanese culture, but that's part of the reason why I am against that. But I would be against any country being invaded like that. Not just our own, not just Japan, not just the European countries, but any country, because This is how diversity actually really dies. Because real diversity means you have diverse peoples in diverse places. And they have to be mostly kept separate. And if you want to have a taste of that diversity, you go to the country or countries where you want to sample that diversity and in a vacation, and then you come back. And if you can't do that, well, there's TV shows, there's media, there's YouTube. I don't see the necessity for people to migrate in masses to other countries other than to genocide the people, the peoples, the ethnic groups, and the races that inhabit those regions, countries, and continents. You might say, but it doesn't matter. I would say it does matter. There's all this stuff about people being really mad about, well, slavery, colonialism, there's a whole conquering of a lot of the American continents. Yeah, there were some real atrocities. So what do? We repeat the same thing, but then in Europe. Let's get rid of most of the Europeans. Let's hope they all die somehow, eventually. By mass rioting, civil unrest, civil wars. Well, actually not really civil wars, but mass invasions, where the indigenous populaces must be destroyed via war, where men of fighting age. Because, hey, that land is actually really the land of those who come here now, isn't it? It couldn't be the land of the natives. No. It's the land of the newcomers, actually. And the newcomers are actually the real inhabitants of these places. And if they weren't, we will make them so. All in order to have total control over the people that will eventually be there. No matter the consequences. No matter the consequences. I fear for what will come, because there will be bloodshed, deep, hard, nasty bloodshed. Bloodshed that isn't really necessary, that shouldn't have been necessary, but that will be necessary in order to make those who cannot flee somewhere else for safety. Because eventually, if the whole world is taught to hate us, where will we have a new home if our home is being taken over? Where will we have a home to live? Nowhere. And that's the problem. The biggest problem is that there will be no homeland for instance, the English if their island, their country is taken over. And that's something that is currently happening. I mean, the demographics have changed. I mean, look at what happened to the United Kingdom. It's not long until the whole country has been, well, until the indigenous population has become a minority in their own country. And then it's too late. Then they are at the mercy of outsiders in their own country. And if that pisses you off, that I'm talking about that, and you say, "Oh, but you're an evil one for talking about that," that makes you actually evil. That makes you evil. If you think that any people becoming a minority in their own ancestral homelands is something good, then you are bloody fucked in the head. Then you are evil. Yeah, I will call you evil for that. I don't want to call people evil, but I've had to learn this. And why? Because there is so much evil in the world. Because, well, we've been taught to do evil things. We have been brainwashed in order to love what is evil, actually, in a lot of ways. To either do really selfish things or condone them. Both of that is evil. Applaud when someone does something evil. Don't help the pathetic person there. They are a loser. Consider the person with a different opinion your enemy. And, oh, but you didn't do the same thing. No, there's a difference between actually telling someone that either you change your... There's a difference between saying, yeah, you know what, if you believe that certain people have to be genocided or gotten rid of and have to be hated and to be destroyed, yeah, that's evil. It's not evil to tell someone, well, I hope you change your mind, or go away, or die. That's a natural reaction. If you are near the cubs of a mama bear, oh boy, she's gonna see you as a threat. You will be attacked. And while you might not mean any harm to the cubs, mama bear don't know better than, oh, you're not a bear. You're not me. You're not me or any of my cubs, so you are a threat to my cubs. So I need to chase you away. Hell, killing you is even better, because then you cannot harm my cubs in any way. And it's like that. I'm not. If you hear correctly, I'm not saying that. Oh yeah, if someone has a contradicting opinion, you should hate them for that. No, I will not say that. But I will say this: if you believe that certain peoples need to be destroyed for justice, because of what their ancestors did, in the past, while these people didn't do anything themselves, That's pure evil. What are you even on?
じゃあ行くよ
I'm not saying
契約を果たせ口封じは任せたから
that
ね
if someone disagrees with you, that's saying, well, I mean, you can disagree on certain things and be civil about it. But there are certain things where I say, yeah, if you cross this line, I would consider you evil. And you have, yeah, there are only a few ways you can deal with true evil. I'm not saying that you cannot change your mind. That's why I'm saying either you change your mind, or you go away. Well, or you die, or if you become a threat to me or anyone else in the sense that you are actively trying to destroy someone, well. And now you think, so yes, I am actually for self-defense. And I don't mind killing people if it is really warranted. I'm not saying murdering, but killing them for the right reasons. Oh, but that's dark and oh, now I hate you. Well, so weird. I don't care. I mean, the government has governments, companies. Well, there's enough data in order for me to be, well, but before unfair trial, judged, juried, and then executed. For those who want total control over others, I am an enemy to be destroyed, to be killed, because I'm in the way. Again, I'm not saying that you cannot have any opinion that you want. I mean, that's up to you. I have my opinion, you have your opinion. I have my viewpoint, you have your viewpoint. I'll say this, I think there are some people who will view this eventually. Will say, oh yeah, actually you are reasonable. I do think the same as you in this, with this regard. Yeah, that's true. Well, if you want more channels that might piss you off, Metatron. Of course, he is a bit too much of a Christian, but hey, I like him. He's a good guy. Because in the end, even among the ethnic and racial conflicts, if people really see through things, it will become good versus evil. Because that's what it already is. It is already good versus evil. Oh, is it really good? Yeah, well, isn't it? If there is a certain faction, if there is a certain fraction, a certain percentage of humanity that tries to control the rest of humanity, when you call those people evil, I don't mean I don't mean as a or a healthy form of control, because hey, if you have a tribe, there are certain natural rules that you will need to follow. in order for you, for the tribe, and you to survive, to thrive, to have a good life. And if you do not follow the rules, well, there will be consequences for the tribe and for you. And in order, if you do something that might not have repercussions immediately, but eventually, if you do it enough times, it will fuck over the tribe. Maybe the first time you will get a stern warning, but the second time you might get a beating. Maybe the third time you will be expelled, or you might be killed. Why? Because in that sense, the tribe is more important than your damn dumb fuckery. Like, well, for instance, you at times have a bit of a bout with another tribe, have some problems with a few tribes in an area. Everyone has a bit of their own areas, but at times there are a bit of some clashes at times, some fights. But you want to really prove yourself, and well, for instance, if there's a competition between certain tribes, like fighting, whatever, archery, hunting, but let's say fighting against each other, in order to not fuck over the other tribes, in order for tribes to not fuck each other over, it is said, yeah, okay, if a hunter gives up, the fight stops directly. If there's too much wounding, the fight stops directly, and the one who is wounded loses, and the one who has wounded wins. And then the fight must stop when it's called. Okay, let's say that's the rule between those tribes. But yeah, it's a rule, and the rule is there in order for the fighters, which are also hunters, to, even if they're wounded, to still reasonably successfully hunt, so the tribe still can hunt animals successfully enough. Okay, I thought it was something else. Now, let's say there's some bozo in Tribe Alpha who thinks, yeah, you know what? Doesn't really matter. I'm really strong. If I get going, I keep going. If I totally fuck over someone else, well, I won't kill them, but yeah, I want to really show that I'm really the strongest fighter. Well, he has done some matches already, but now he thinks, yeah, you know what, fuck these rules, I just want to brawl hard. He fights, as a fighter, a quite weaker one. He injures him, halt is called, and he keeps going. Houston, we've got a problem. And, well, again, he's called stop. He's already down. You won. But he won't stop. So, yeah, he just keeps pummeling the other guy who's already down. Okay. Now, some people, there's a bit of a special committee that has been put together in order to stop eventual fights, eventual outcomes like this, and they restrain Alpha Guy. Let's call him Alpha Guy. From the Alpha tribe. Mr. Tough Guy from Alpha tribe. And he's reprimanded. Hey, you won, but this is going to be really, really big warning because look at the poor guy. You really wrecked him for no good reason other than you wanted to. He says, oh, yeah, he should be stronger. Then he can take a beating now, can't he? Yeah, but you struck him unnecessarily while he was down. Yeah, but now he knows. Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's being stopped. All the tribes are still in good terms with each other. But next tournament, next fight, he does it again. Wins and keeps on pummeling. Now he is stopped again and he is told, well, your win doesn't matter, you're disqualified, screw you. That well, next year he also participates, does the same thing again, but he's directly disqualified after the first time because he took one. In this case, everything goes as it should go. But let's say Tribe Alpha, their warriors, their hunters and warriors, say, yeah, you know what? He's actually a bit right. The other fighters should be stronger. This is going to have some repercussions for Tribe Alpha eventually, because attacking other people while they're down and unnecessarily doing more harm than necessary in a fight, in a ritualistic fight is not a good thing. It's really bad form. And eventually there's a bit of a kind of disagreement, and well, Tribe Alpha is going to be excluded if they have that kind of attitude, because that's not sportsmanship, that's just being bullies and being just damaging other people for no good reason. That does have bad blood. Now, if Tribe Alpha says, yeah, but we still want to participate and you ain't stopping us, well, you will get a conflict then.
Yeah.
If the wise elders do not change the course of Tribe Alpha, there's a good chance that they will clash eventually with the other tribes in the neighborhood. And then there's a good chance that the other tribe will say, yeah, you know what, we are going to really punish them now in a well, unsanctioned, all-out open fight, in order to teach them some lessons, because they just want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Of course, it's just a hypothetical situation, but this can happen, has happened, and will happen. These kinds of conflicts, where you have certain people from a tribe or family which do certain things, they are reprimanded. So they keep on going. And their family/tribe will say, yeah, you know what, but they're actually right, and screw you people. And we can do what the fuck we want. No, you can't. You have to deal with other people, other humans. You cannot do nearly really whatever the fuck you want to do without having a bit of, well, that you, I forget what this word is.
さあ きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りな。
この天下で裁く。オッケー。
Without taking other people in consideration, because, well, if you have any contact with other people, they will have to consider your needs and wants, and you will have to consider their needs and wants. Note this. Not considering other people's needs is, I would say, something really basic. I mean, we all breathe. So if you go up to someone and you cover their mouth and nose and you cut off their respiratory system, their breathing, oh boy. It's not just that person, but also a lot of anyone else in the neighborhood who will come to their rescue, but also to, well, to set you straight, maybe even pummel you, to punish you for your misdeed to someone else. I know I'm talking about conflicts here, and this is a bit of a more extreme example, but yeah, breathing is a need. You cannot restrict someone else's need to breathe willy-nilly. Just because you want to. That's not just unhealthy, that's not just bizarre, it's outright evil to do something like that. Oh, what about the need to eat? Well, that's something different. Of course, everyone has a need to eat, but you are not responsible to feeding someone else. Not willy-nilly. Not just some random stranger on the street. But according to what we call common law, but also common sense, not common, but naturalistic good sense, I would say that feeding your own children, or maybe parents, if they cannot feed themselves, if they cannot get food for themselves, I would say, I'm not saying necessity, but near. But that's more because in tribal times, yeah, you were really dependent on your tribe, which means, in most cases, family. Extended family and extended family, and maybe some others that might be not directly related to you, but still in the tribe.
よし。
煙のように舞い上がれ。
But those are needs, necessities, things that you need in order to live and at least survive, live, and have a bit of a good time. And then there are wants, things that you would want to have. Oh, this music is so good. So mystically mysterious, but so great. Oof. So, what is a want? Well,
疲れた。煙のように
wanting,
舞い上がれ。
well, see beautiful things. Wanting someone else to jump. Wanting someone else to have some attention for you. Wanting to have, well, here's a bit of a No, so those are wants. Things that you don't necessarily need, but that you would like to have. It's not something that you need in order to survive, but it would be nice to have. And here comes the big part. You cannot get everything that you want. That's impossible. Let that sink in. Note that you cannot have
みんな
everything
がそばに
about
手加減なしよ。ストラリーリツとか買おうよ。さあ
止める勇気はある。石煙に葬られよ。
even if everyone else would be trying to help you get whatever you want,
上までお願い。
even if all, even if your all of your current wants would be able to be fulfilled, eventually you will get new wants that you want to have fulfilled, and you might even die while wanting something new to be fulfilled. So no, you cannot have all your wants fulfilled.
受け止められる？
Just one part of it, one limitation for that. Just think about it. Ponder how this works. Why it is like that? Why can you not have everything that you would want to have? Why is that an impossibility? And here comes the kicker. In human society, among other people, the ability to get your wants fulfilled
星々よ。
diminishes.
空に帰りなさい。
And there are people who also, there are other people who want things. These people will, some of them will have, some of them will have similar ones to you, others will have different ones to you, and the thing is, there will be some similar ones that will prevent you from having your wants fulfilled, and there are certain different ones that people have. That will also hinder you in having your wants fulfilled. Some of your wants at least.
受け止められる？
So, how then will you get your wants fulfilled and other people's wants fulfilled? Especially if those wants and your wants, if their wants and your wants clash. It means that you will have to, for certain ones, you will have to give up certain of your wants, because it's just not really feasible. And then there are those ones where you, well, hopefully can compromise in order to have them partially fulfilled, and you be happy in that. And now we are only talking about what I would consider healthy, wholesome, good ones that are beneficial to you and other people. However, there is what you would call sickness in the world, not just of the body, but also of the mind. And I'm talking
もしも
about
しよ空に帰りなさい
what psychologists, psychiatrists, and a lot of other people, spiritualists, etc., call sickness. Yeah, there also is to some extent included, but I'm talking about sicknesses of the mind that have perverse desires, perverse wants. People want things that are bad for other people. And I'm not saying
星々
bad
よ
for other
空
people
に帰りな
because
さい
of actually good reasons. Absolutely. Yeah, how should I put this? But things where people just want control over other people in order to do their bidding, or want love from other people where that love is unwarranted, or maybe want, well, the physical lusts
手加減
fulfilled,
なしよ
where that fulfillment is rather highly detrimental to others or goes against their will. Like certain ways of assault that are bad, bad, bad. Or mental control over others. Of course, a lot of people will tell you, oh yeah, that's actually really bad. Yeah, it is. It is really bad. But still, a lot of people do want that. I've been on Reddit a lot of times, and well, currently there is a plague of AI, bots, etc. Not all that you see and read is bots and AI. And if you say, "Oh, Reddit is all full of people from indigenous European countries, or indigenous European users," no, I've seen posts that say, "Hey, I'm from this and this country in Africa, or from this and this country in the Middle East," and it's the same kind of stories, the same kind of bullshit of control over someone else, trying to control what someone else says, trying to control love, time, trying to control other people, trying to make other people do your bidding. This is a big problem. It's a problem that plagues humanity since before its inception. This is what I'm talking about. This is the great evil. These things are the great evil. These are the seeds of evil. But do you know who puts them in the ground and waters them? Because it's not the seeds themselves that are a problem. It's those who take those seeds, put them in the ground, water them, See the flower, see the plants of evil grow, the flowers of evil bloom. Look at them and say, this is pretty. I love this. I love this plant. I love my mother-in-law. I love my daughter. I love my son. Oh, I love my aunt. She did some really nasty things, but it doesn't matter. She's family, and family is important. Oh, she's a friend, and friends are important. Other people are more important than me, or this other guy, or this other girl. The wants of this person are more important than the needs of this other person. And I will ensure they will get their way. That is the watering, the nurturing, the watering, the planting, and the
受け止められる？
feeding of evil, of the seeds of evil. And you might say, no, that can't be. It can't be that mundane. Of course it is that mundane. It is that easy, that small scale. I mean, 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, there weren't any global megacorps. There weren't big countries, big nations, big governments, big NGOs. But still there was evil. It was this small scale, tribal, familial evil that,
頭上に用心。
well, screwed over humanity to a bit. It wasn't as pronounced as today. It wasn't as shared as today. It was more hush hush and shut up.
上までお願
But
い。
family. But you have to sacrifice for family. But what about me? I'm also your family. You have to sacrifice. Not they, not I, you. The sickness in the head that tells you that you are the sacrifice, or that someone else must be the sacrifice for others' wants. Your needs or someone else's needs are the sacrifice for someone else's wants. That is evil. That is true evil. And that is the big battle that is still raging on. The great war of good versus evil. The great war of wants, of needs over wants versus wants over needs. That is the great battle. The great
受け止められる？
war of good and evil, of true good and evil. You want spirituality? You want enlightenment? You've got to solve that shit first. That's where it starts. First in yourself. Your wants do not supersede anybody else's needs. Though someone else's needs don't always have to be fulfilled by you. You don't have to become needy in order to fulfill someone else's needs. If you do not want to. If you choose to, that's up to you. It might be good, it might be bad. That's up to you. But never, ever put your needs above someone else's wants directly. Indirectly, it's difficult. But you can change some of your behaviors there. But the best place to start is first yourself then your family and friends, and then other people in the neighborhood, and then. But not first. Oh, someone 10,000 kilometers somewhere else. Oh, their needs are not met. So I have to help them. Because that's backwards. Because you won't change yourself. You will only help someone else somewhere else. But what about your family and your friends? I'm not saying that you have to sacrifice for your family if you don't want to. Because you don't need to. Only sacrifice if you really want to. If you say, yeah, you know what? I am fine sacrificing. I am comfortable. Or at least I wanted to. And I am totally in tune with that. You have to be cognizant of the fact that you sacrifice out of your own volition. Not because someone else wants you to, not because the government or society wants you. You sacrifice only if you really want to. Otherwise, your sacrifice isn't a real sacrifice, but just a sacrifice in order to appease monsters. Let the monsters devour each other and fight those who survive. Push out the monsters among your family members, among your friends. That's where the evil lies. The true evil lies within you and those around you that you know. And you have to deal with that first. You might say, oh, but doesn't it mean... It doesn't mean that you have to attack them willy-nilly, because that's not... That's in most cases not necessary. But saying no is a good thing. Being truthful. Going low on no contact with people who, well, fucked you over for no good reason. Shit family members, etc., etc. But then again, you can become a resentful shitbag of a human. Don't become that. If you leave someone behind, leave them behind. You don't have to forgive them, but leave them behind. If forgiveness is the thing that you need in order to leave someone behind, okay. But you don't have to. Nobody's forcing you. I don't want you to forgive if you do not want to forgive. I want you to forgive if you do want to forgive. Out of your own volition. Willingly, because you want it. Because you have found the reason in yourself to forgive or to not forgive. Some people actually deserve forgiveness. Others don't. Do make the distinction. If you forgive someone who shouldn't be forgiven, and you willingly do that, that's up to you. I wouldn't do it, but that's up to you. I know a few people that I will never ever forgive until they have shown me that they're worthy of that forgiveness. Because if I forgive, it means that I want to have contact with these people again. If I do not forgive, I want those people to never come back into my life. It's as simple as that. That's how I do it. And again, I'm not the one who's going to tell you, friends. I'm only going to tell you if you actually do need to, well, physically do something nasty to someone else. Because, well, yeah, you're forced to, well, yeah, that's that. But don't do that willy-nilly. Only do that if it's not actually really necessary. But you think, but you think that you wish death upon? Yeah, I do wish death upon certain people. I hope that certain people really kill off and die. But there's a difference between that and actually, well, doing my best in order to hasten their demise in that sense. Because, well, it depends. I mean, I would. It depends on the person, but there are certain public people who are publicly known that if they would die,
周りを探索してみないか
I would have a little party
お宝が隠れてるかもしれないぞ
for myself, on my own. Yeah, so what do you think about Charlie Kirk and people who are celebrating his death in like that? As far as I've seen, Charlie Kirk, I mean, the people who claim that he is a Nazi or is really evil, no, he isn't.
他
Oh,
の人と一緒に冒
that
険
he was
するのは
evil because now he's dead. He can't be evil because he's dead. Decomposed. I think it's violent evil that people do it like that. Oh, well, are you glad that Hitler died? Yes. I'm glad that Hitler was killed, suicided. I'm glad that other people who are really nasty monsters were killed. But Charlie Kirk wasn't a nasty monster. But yeah, that's the power of propaganda. That's the power of people wanting to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe. Because why? Because they want to believe it. Because someone else told them, oh, that's the enemy. And they didn't take the time to think about it. To really research things. I had some problems with Charlie Kirk because he was kind of really, no, not totally moderate of a Christian, but he was. Well, I did agree with him talking to people. Yes. Maybe I did think that his way of trying to do it, of talking to people like that, was a bit counterproductive in my eyes. But hey, he actually at least tried to talk to people and tried to depolarize, de-escalate, and he tried to make dialogue possible instead of shutting the communication down, hyper-polarizing everything, and gone totally extreme. No, he was, in my eyes, in a lot of ways, he was a bit of a moderate. If anyone claims, oh, he was an extremist, I will say, no. You're a damn fucking fool for believing that kind of bullshit. Just watch it. Have you seen anything of him? Oh no, I don't need to. He's an extremist. Yeah, that's stupid. Of course, I mean, I haven't seen, for instance, a lot of actual stuff from Hassan Piker or Destiny and some other of these what I would call leftards. But that's because the stuff that other people have quoted was enough in context where I say, yeah, I don't have to really see more. And even with Charlie Kirk, I only view a few shorts. I even view a few shorts from Hassan Piker and Destiny, and well, I do call Destiny Coxney, and I'll say this. I need a better insult for him. A more nasty, more demeaning one. because that fucker head is, oh, he's so
受け
nasty.
止められる？
Oh, the master of debating. Yeah, more like a master of being a shithead and hiding it behind supposed rationality. You can say a lot,
頭上に要点。
yet so little substance to it. And don't get me wrong. I mean, he's still a human being. He's not dumb, but his tactics are so nasty, so tacky, and the things that he says. Oh fuck! I mean, in some ways, I mean, if you might think, oh, yeah, me witness, you are really kind of extreme. No, I'm not. No. Yes, I am, but I'm not. I am extreme in this. I have a tendency of having deep and extreme thinking. That's true. I can do that quite easily because. Well, maybe it's because I do have, maybe it's because of my autism that I have really hard black and white thinking, and that I'm radical, extremist, and I know that I am in some ways a really deep, radical, extremist person. I know that of myself. I have the capability of being deeply delusional. I have seen that a lot of times. I've had a lot of psychotic breaks. I've had, well, other things where I went through the depths. I would say dark nights of the soul. I've had a lot of those. But yeah. But in other ways, I've learned to become less extreme in certain ways, less antagonistic, because, oh boy, I was really antagonistic in the past. But yeah, that was because of a lot of, well, interpersonal problems with other people. Because I was different than others, and, well, I was bullied, and people left me out. That doesn't help someone develop in a healthy way. But yeah, I've learned in all those years. It's that I am less extreme in some ways, but in other ways I would say I still have that same kind of black and white thinking that I had in the past. It's not an excuse for me to start being extremist shitbag again. I mean, I would say, if you want to understand what kind of shit a Destiny said, when I say, oh god, this guy is really nasty and tacky. I mean, I find it more reprehensible from yeah, Destiny than Hasanabi or Hasan Piker. Because at least Hassan-Pekka is consistent. Is less, I would say Hassan-Pekka is more of a grifter. Than Destiny. Oh, Destiny is also a grifter, but Destiny is really a hypocritical douchebag. Not just a cock. No, hypocritical.
受け止められる？
Shitbag of a human. And you want more proof? I mean, you can go to Metatron and look up some of his videos. You can go to Destiny himself, his own channel, and search through. But yeah, I don't know how much you will find, but yeah, it's a plow through.
このように舞い上がれ。
There's other reasons why I don't watch people like Destiny or Hassan-Pekka that much, and even other people who are more political commentators, socio-political commentators. Even the people who I do like and appreciate, because it's really tiring. All of this politics is really tiring. Oh, come on, yay!
頭上に用心。
Fuck! I'd rather rage at this damn fucking video game called Genshin Impact rather than rage against the machine. Yeah. I will say this, when anyone tells you to disregard the stabbing of people because of their race, because they were the wrong race to be stabbed by the other wrong race to do the stabbing, and it was a racial attack against the Ukrainian young woman by a repeat offender who was put out of prison so many times. And it's just one of the examples, but it's really striking that it was so buried in the sand. Oh, don't mention that. You might play in the hands of the Nazis, the fascists, and the racists. So it's okay to do this kind of stab. It's okay to just attack people because of their race. Like that. It's a good thing. I mean, if so much time is being put into is being put into, well, burying these I wouldn't call them incidents, but occurrences of evil doing. So much time by the establishment, those who are in power. And shush. And you're being, and for instance, those who tell the truth are being called evildoers. Those who call out the injustice, call out the evil. Yeah. Then we live in societies where evil has become the norm. Where evil has taken over. Killing people is good if they are off the wrong. If what they believe doesn't conform to those who have the power. Because those who have the power will tell you what you have to believe. And they are always right because they have the power, or else you will get the stick and not the carrot. Oh no, or else you get the carrot shoved up your, rammed up your little sphincter down there, real hard, like a mile a second, hard and fast. But yeah, that's how it is. Or if you talk about these kinds of happenings and you say what happened in Rotherham with the Pakistani rape gangs is an atrocity and it's evil, then you are called evil. Because how dare you? You evil racist, you evil fascist, you evil. Yeah, But that's the world we live in, where truth is being inverted so that people want, where they want to stab someone who is genetically quite different because they're an evil person because of their genetics, or they shoot someone because they have a different ideology, a different mindset, a different religion, a different belief, a different faith. My want is that you die because you are, in your difference, you too different from me and must pay the price for being different from me. Because your difference in your genetics or what you believe in, your ideology, is too great to tolerate, and you must, and I want you to die for that. Your need to live is less important than my want for you to be either the right genetics or the right mindset. And that is the evil that is at work there. The wants above the one person's wants above the needs of another person. That's the evil. And our governments, the big corporate, the big tech megacorp, the globalistic elite, all of the NGOs are, not all, but too many for comfort, are complicit in this evil. And do you know who can combat that? Not other big people, but you. Do you know where you start? With yourself. You have to combat the inner evil because there are parts in you that elevate your wants, their own wants, above your own needs, your other wants, and your own needs, and other people's needs. And that's where the evil lies. First, it's inside of you. Doesn't mean that that you have to banish all of it, because that's impossible. We are selfish creatures. We do want our wants to be more necessary than other people's needs to be fulfilled like that. I forgot. So I'll soon be closing off the game because the stream and the game because it's getting kind of late for me. But yeah, again, I would say, yeah, it's really easy to figure out what evil is and what good is. Good is when you elevate people's needs above people's wants. But then again, it's also distance, connectivity, connectedness. I mean, someone around the block that you barely ever see may have crippling debt. And they have a need to have that debt solved so they can live in peace. But your want of getting yourself a nice piece of expensive candy is perfectly fine because you do not hinder the person in their needs. But however, if you do know and you know the person and you do care about the person and well, there are certain, I don't know how to express this. There are certain circumstances where you can say, yeah, I do now know the person. I have talked to them. Got to know them, they might be someone who's an acquaintance or a friend, and I do care about them, and I want to help them, yes. Then you might say, yeah, you know what, how about I, instead of giving myself a juicy piece of candy, or now we get ourselves a really expensive and luscious pizza, well, less luxurious, no candy, or a really simple piece of candy, and we give that person a bit of money or something to eat or whatever they really need because it's out of the goodness of their heart. And not because we need to, but because we want to. And that's what's important, not wait, what? But yeah, please do not participate or condone. Well, even condoning this perversion of needs and wants, valuing wants over needs, is the root of all evil. Agreed. I want more. Well, more of what? I want to drink the ocean. Well, good luck. It might be a bit stupid. It might be... Well, what if you want to... Well, just... there are certain ones where you can be as greedy as fuck and nobody gives a fuck. If you want to just walk around When you walk around that you want to look at everything and just enjoy it like that, if that's your want and you are satisfied with that, nobody's going to stop you. Okay, of course. Going into people's houses and just looking at everything wouldn't be a good thing. Because there's again wants and needs, but if you don't hinder other people's needs with your want, and even their reasonable, rational wants, yeah, go ahead. It might. Well, I would consider whether what you want, if you fulfill your want, that you don't screw yourself over in wanting too much for yourself, that your want is detrimental to you instead of beneficial. But you do you, as long as you do not hinder the needs of others just because you want it. Yeah. Putting your wants over others' needs is the root of all evil. That is the root of all evil. You may disagree with me on that, but this is what I found out. It's not the love of money that is owed. No, it is putting your wants over other people's needs in any way, form, or shape. That is the root of all evil. This is evil incarnate. This is evil personified. Again, you can disagree with me on that, but that's how I do see these things. And that's it. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. The root of all evil, yeah, is putting wants over the needs of others. Or better to say, fulfilling your wants over the needs. By fulfilling your wants, preventing other people from fulfilling their needs, or wanting to do that. But what if you don't know, or it is much more indirect? That's different. But I mean, yeah, there's no stuff with systematic this. Systematic will still exist, but systematic evil or systematic injustice, all the stuff about systematic racism, systematic this, it's a load of bollocks, a bunch of bollocks. That's propaganda, that's indoctrination in order to again make you believe that certain wants are more deserving to be fulfilled than certain needs. This is the problem. So all part of propaganda, all part of brainwashing is always about. I don't mean the kind where you have culture or how you view things due to circumstances of your environment, other people, etc., 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 where it's reasonable to, where it is reasonable to follow the rules because they are reasonable, good, wholesome. But other than that, anything else where you are being taught to believe certain things, it's most likely because it helps certain people fulfill their wants to the detriment of other people's needs. And that's where you do aid evil. So if you call someone else, for instance, a woke tyrant in order to fulfill your wants, or your want of shutting someone else up, while they do have a reasonable right to say something, or to say, hey, you know what, my reasonable right to, for instance, eat spaghetti is being targeted here. Well, there you have it. That's a bit of a stupid example. But if you call someone a woke tyrant in order to shame them, to shut them up, in order to make a good argument, well, that's your want is for them to not say anything in order for you to win the argument. So you call them a woke tart, so they are so ashamed that they don't say anything. Which is not different from calling someone else a fascist, Nazi, a racist in order to shut them up, while they do bring a good argument, so they shut up because, oh, they're ashamed and the other people don't listen to them. Again, it's all about someone's wants being fulfilled over someone else's needs with regards to that. Because people have a need to be heard. To have the reasonable, for instance, if someone if some people are talking and then you come in and tell, one person that the other person is a woke tart, a Nazi, racist, whatever, some liberal, some left tart, whatever. Well, most likely you're going to do, me or you or someone else, they are doing that in order to someone else to be misunderstood. So somehow your want supersedes. Well, well, that's really difficult because technically speaking, screw off, fuck off. I need to. There's something in there where I'm quite sure this is something that I have to solve. I want to solve it Might you right now. But yeah. So if two people are talking and you want to shut someone else, yeah, how should I put this? Tactic of it's a tactic of shutting people up by. Oh no, that's. Oh no! Oh.
よし出発だ
Puzzle solved and it was. Nothing really
冒険だ冒険
wild.
冒険だ冒険全力攻撃
絶ミネよ契約を果たせ口封じは任せ
石煙に葬られよ
It just all dies so quickly. But yeah, the thing is that there is someone who's talking to someone else, and you interfere in the need to clearly communicate by trying to make by trying to say that someone is doing something really bad while they aren't. So you're lying about someone. So yeah, you're twisting the truth. Yeah, the need to be truthful, because that's the need, is being superseded by the need to lie, the want to lie about something else. Because there, lying is not a need, but it's a want. In order to shut someone else up because they have differing beliefs or differing opinions. Yeah, that's again another wants over needs, because the need for clear as possible communication, yeah, that is a need. We need that in order to understand each other, to know what someone else wants or needs and or wants. Oh, but what about distorting the truth? Well, you only distort the truth when it's actually really necessary. When hiding something is beneficial, because otherwise someone else might shiver you, stab you, pull a gun to your head, click the trigger and put you out of your needing and wanting. Thus, putting their wants of you, shutting up for good and giving up the ghost over your need and want to live. Because every need is also a want as well. There are certain wants where I would say, yeah, everything is technically speaking a want, as a want to live, but I would consider that a need to live as well. Yeah, this is a bit more murky territory. It's not always as clear whether something is a real clear need or want, but it is on a sliding scale, on a spectrum, and it's clear that if somebody wants to tell the truth as far as they know it to someone else, even if they are mistaken, who is anyone else to tell them that's not something that they should do? To stop them in that. Yeah, I mean, if a Christian
良き日々
is talking
先を手にして
to someone
流れを
else,
野良を貸すなら
and I will tell you, I really don't like Christianity. I think it's bullshit. I think it's nonsense. But if a Christian wants to talk to someone else who isn't a Christian in order to hopefully convince them of Christianity, well, they have, I would say, they have a want to be heard, to some extent even a bit of a need. However, if I want to convince a person what the Christian is trying to convince of Christianity, Christianity and any kind of belief is bullshit, that's my right. It's my right. And, well, that's mostly two wants. That's more difficult because, oh yeah, my want is to distort it. I mean, I can do it in the sense like, hey, you know what? Christianity, he's talking about Christianity, that's what he really believes. I think he's really truthful about that, but I think it's wrong because of these and these and these reasons, and I'm being truthful. Well, there might be a clash of wants, maybe a bit of a clash of needs, but it's mostly wants. Now, so, is that okay? I mean, if the Christian wants to do it at the church or at home, and then I come and be, yeah, that doesn't really fly. But if it's in public, yeah, that should be really possible to then get into a debate, discussion, dialogue, whatever with that Christian and that other person. That's okay. No, I don't want to. No, stop. No, why you? But that's one thing. But I would say this. I will say this. If, however, I would go to this person and then, instead of telling something that I believe is true, I say, yeah, you know what, Christianity is this, Christianity is that, and I would totally lie about Christianity, and I would use all kinds of underhanded tactics. Well, that's my prerogative. I have the freedom to do that, but I would call it evil. And just in order to discredit Christianity, I would lie? Wouldn't I be proving Christianity right by lying about it? That's actually stupid, isn't it? Now you understand why I do not want to lie about Christianity or anything. If... No. Of course. It would only hurt my own witness if I would lie about Christianity or anything else just for personal gain or just in order to get one over on Christianity. It's counterproductive. Even if, again, let's say this. let's say, something really incredibly, totally wrong. Like, the sun is made out of boiling cheese. Well, if I were to say, well, that ain't true, the sun is just a hot ball of boiling plasma, which is technically correct. There's fusion happening in the core, which is again technically correct. Well, I would be telling something that, yeah, I would consider the truth. However, if I would say it's that the sun is just instead something where I know that it's not true, but I would say the sun is a really weird, stinky, big orange, and it's really hot because it's weird, and I would be lying about the other person who's claiming that the sun is made out of boiling cheese. Would be saying, oh yeah, this person was kidnapped by some well, making things up. Let's say they really believe that, but I would say, oh, they're just making things up, and the sun. Well, difficult. I'm making it more difficult than it's necessary. I'm tired and I need to go to bed. But let me say it this way: if someone would say a son of Maida is made out of boiling Gouda cheese and it's really stinky but nice, I'd like to eat it. And I would be totally convinced by that. What would be better for me to do? To tell people what I think is actually true in reality, objective reality, as far as I know it. That the sun is a hot ball of boiling plasma, or should I just add that I think that this person claiming that the sun is a hot, is boiling ball of Gouda, and he's just lying about that, and he doesn't really believe that, and blah 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 blah. I just lie about him? Wouldn't that prove his claim a bit true? If I lie about something that he can't prove actually to be true? Well, that's what I'm talking about. About lying about things that you know aren't like that, in order to prove someone else wrong. It's counterproductive. Even if the other person is totally wrong on a certain subject. It's stupid. It's not just evil, it's really stupid. Oh shit, I want to kill this one. Yeah, let me get rid of this. Let's see how quickly this goes. What? It didn't die immediately? It's so weird. But yeah, I do think that lying generally it's not just detrimental and stupid, it's actively evil. I don't mean like some white lies in order to get off scot-free from really nasty consequences of telling the truth.
全力攻撃
包み目よ契約を果たせ口封じは任せた
敵援に葬られよ
700,000 is actually not bad. But yeah, that's it. I just actually the last skill. But yeah, that's how I view things. That's how I have. Well, I've even changed some of my views as well. I don't even know which ones I really changed that much, but some have changed. During this long live stream talk. I just wish we as humans would be able to get along. I wish things were better. But they aren't. I was lied to by people who were brainwashed and lied to as well. And at times people who knew better. But the question is, how bitter should I remain regarding these people? That's another thing. Most of us were kind of really deeply no, nearly everyone. No, everyone is brainwashed. And most of us are deeply delusional. But most of us, nearly everyone, doesn't want to believe that they are deeply delusional. And herein lies the crux. Once you believe that you are not delusional, or that delusion doesn't have any grip on you, that you know how things really are, that's when you actually should ask yourself, am I delusional or not? How would you even know that you're not delusional in some way or form? That you see everything correctly, that you know everything correctly. The thing is, technically, by being a limited being, you are, technically speaking, deeply delusional about nearly everything. If you point to your monitor and you say that's the monitor, well, in one way you're not delusional about that, but what do you know how it works? Who was the manufacturer? Well, that you might, that you can read. But how that really works, what kind of components are in there, what kind of elements, what kind of compounds, how. There's a lot that you don't understand about this thing. The only thing that you get correct is that it is something, an apparatus, a kind of device that you call a monitor that makes moving pictures happen somehow. It's nearly magic. But actually it's better. It's damn fucking science. But yeah. If I say something is a well, technically, if you point to a monitor, actually, if you think that that monitor that you see is the actual monitor, you are mistaken. Now we circle back. You haven't awakened until you understand that the monitor that you see is a holographic projection of your brain that is also a part of the greater you, the higher self. which points, which is a representation of that monitor that you cannot directly see. Until then, you are deeply delusional about what a monitor is and isn't. If you say, I am one with a monitor, you're only partially correct. You are one with what you see and call a monitor. But you are not one with the actual monitors that you cannot see.
そろそろ休もう。
The object that actually is responsible
座って休憩。
for the predictive modeling of the world around you. The predictive model that you actually see. That monitor is only what you see, feel and hear, but the object that gives rise to all of these sensations will forever be something that you cannot sense directly, that you do not experience in any way, other than through your senses and your brain. But my guru, yeah, ask yourself, is that the final word? Your guru, the teachers, the spiritualists, the esotericists, the texts, those who wrote before, those who told you how to do these things? Or is there something that you have to realize on your own, so you can break the delusion, that deep delusion of conflating the observed, the observation, with that which the observation is based upon? Once you figure out that difference, then awakening, true awakening, is around the corner. Once you understand that the unseen which gives rise to the seen, that's the unheard which gives rise to the heard, that's the untouched that gives rise to the touched, are not you, but give rise to parts of you. Only then will you be truly awakened, as far as I know it. I'm not saying that you have to totally agree with me. Figure this stuff out for yourself. Probe it. Test it. Figure it out on your own. What I'm teaching is not doctrine. What I'm teaching is personal experience over everyone else is telling you. You have to taste it for yourself. You have to experience the difference for yourself. Imagine it for yourself. Understand it for yourself. No one else can do it for you. This goes beyond non-duality. This goes beyond this cosmic wonder. Because the cosmic wonder, the whole non-duality religion nonsense, is another delusion. I do not believe in this cosmic oneness, that through mystical experiences you can attain oneness with the universe, or you can attain the insight there, that you will figure out that you are just, that it was already there. What I'm talking about is one step further. When you figure out that what you think is the real world is still the matrix you're trapped in. And that there's a real world outside of the matrix generating that, being the basis for that matrix. But the thing that generates the matrix for you is your brain, your body, your nervous system. But more than that, I cannot give you. You have to figure out how to awaken on your own. And there is a steep cost. A cost that you only will figure out. A cost of loneliness, a cost of not being understood, but you will figure it out once you have experienced that cost. It is a steep one, but is it worth it? Well, that's for you to figure out, if you dare to. I am not promising eternity, infinity, love. I'm promising clarity, deeper understanding. Because that will happen. You will see it, and you will not be able to unsee it once you see it. Unless you really want to damage yourself. Or you get really old. Or something else happens to you. But yeah, we will all end, as far as I know it. Yeah, true awakening is different than I thought it would be. But was it worth it? Oh yeah. Now I understand mystical experiences better. Now I know how to trip better because of this. Because I have truly awakened. And now I can go on to properly get enlightened on my own. Oh no, not on my own. By interacting with other people and thinking things through and being a good human to those that I need to be a good human to, a good fellow human. Just to go back, I have no problem. I am absolutely for anyone that already lives in their own ancestral homelands to keep on living there, keep on striving and thriving there, together with, well, their kin, their fellow tribes, clans, ethnic peoples everywhere on the world. But I do mind when people who don't have any good right to be somewhere, to be where they are and wreak havoc. But yeah, that is in order to make people understand that I bear no ill will towards those of other ancestral lineages. Not willy-nilly. Not just because they exist. Everything has a place and time. humans as well. That's why I say these things. For I have truly awakened. There might be infinities. There might be
そろそろ休もう
a mind, a consciousness behind it all. It might,
座って休
but it might not. I don't know. I don't dare to say I know. But what I do know, I can tell. What I have experienced, I have experienced. And again, all of the mystical experiences, all of the tripping, all of the deep dives. I've never experienced infinities. I've never experienced eternity. I've experienced things where I have a good guess
そんな多くない
that those are experiences where others say, "Oh yeah, this is something infinite. I experienced infinite love. I've experienced eternity, time not ticking, the eternal moment." But yeah, those are experiences where I say they were not infinite. They were just moments and periods, small, short periods of time. Some time spans where something felt so over relevant and important that it seemed like something eternal, but it wasn't afterwards. Like just looking around and feeling a deep, weighty, massive, gigantic feeling. A kind of weird synesthesia where I say it somehow there was weight to and dimensions to something deep inside of me. I just felt it, and it's just a feeling. Just some synesthesia. It's awesome. It's really great. It's wow.
あっちゃー
But what I say,
疲れてる毎日水やり
it's
してる
proof of infinite consciousness,
逆にやりすぎ
non-duality. I've never, ever truly experienced non-duality as in how the ideology describes it. I've had non-dual experiences as in synesthesia and experiencing whatever I see, hear and feel all at once, really overwhelming me. But if those kinds of feelings are enough to totally convince people that all is consciousness, all is infinity, all is this, all that, all is one, all this, all that, and cosmic oneness, etc. Oh boy, I don't really have high hopes for humanity then. I don't think we are going to make it. But yeah, that's the pessimist in me talking. If that's enough, I understand. I have had such feelings where the emotions, where I just think, yeah, I can understand why people,
肝臓以来あと何
if they don't know better, they totally get lost. But that's the thing, people don't know better. And they already have some preconceived notions
明日から本気出そっと
when they experience mystically. If you don't know what you Yeah, well, if you have certain preconceived notions and then you experience such a mystical experience which is overwhelming, well, there comes infinity, eternity, cosmic oneness, non-duality. In that sense, I do understand, but I'm absolutely astonished that people, where I say, when they talk about their mystical experiences, I just think, okay, yeah, that sounds a bit familiar. Certain of these things, oh yeah, that does happen to me. But it wasn't infinity. It was just max intensity, overwhelming max intensity. Still had the sense of, well, three-dimensionality, time, space, all of that. But it was all super hyper intense, overwhelming, deeper connections. Wow, hyper interconnected. Yeah, a kind of non-dual feeling. Yeah. But still, dimensional separation in space, time, feeling, this, that. Transformation matrices, transformation algorithms, felt, whatever. But yeah. But that's how I describe things. Maybe it's because I'm a scientist. I have a scientific background. Maybe that's why. And I just want to know. I think that's why my ego came back. Why? Because all of us inside of this body want to know. We want to know what is true and what is not, how things really are. We want to know reality for as much of it as we can experience it, and even for as much as we can infer from what we experience. Oh yeah, I keep on rambling, but yeah. Has been great, not great ride. I will say this. There will be a lot of people who will try to get to awakening, and they won't fail because they don't want it. They will fail because they want it. Because they want to believe certain things and dismiss others. And this is the biggest problem. Because when you have mystical experiences, intuition, instinct, subconscious, unconscious, will use the imagination to conjure up anything that all of you, all of one, wants to believe deeply. That is the snare. That is the biggest problem. With spirituality, esotericism, psychonauticism, or better say, tripping balls on psychedelics. Experiencing mystical experiences. The thing is, if you do not consider yourself, to some extent, always delusional, always wrong in some sense, And even here, yeah, I know that I'm delusional, but even then, yeah, the only, considering yourself, deeply delusional anyhow is the way forward. It's something that I found for myself is a truth for me. And I believe that is the case for any human. But I'm not delusional. Well, that's already a big problem. But I won't go deeper into that. Another time, another live stream, another channel, most likely. But mystical experiences, proper, powerful ones, and I know how powerful they can be. Oh my. Jay. I understand why people get lost. I understand why their deep delusional beliefs about themselves and the world around them, it gets fulfilled, whatever you deep down desire. Oh, what makes you so special? Well, maybe it's because not just my consciousness, but my subconsciousness, my unconsciousness, most of us, we want to know. We want to know how things really are. That's why we question. Why question? Because we want to know. For what truth really is. That was one of the saving graces. Well, another was, having worked through a lot of delusions, psychotic breaks, and knowing that while I might get certain things right, I will always get something wrong, which we would call delusion. Yeah, and I do believe that I'm right here in this. I mean, in the sense that I think that there's nothing deeper, fundamentally deeper than this that I can get to, other than I sense things, I notice things, I perceive sensations, we perceive sensations. That's it. That's as far as I can go with regards to my direct experiences. And there's a world that I can sense, and there's a part of the world of reality that I can sense, which is me, and there's a part of objective reality that I cannot directly sense, and that's the rest. And yeah, it sounds ideologically dualistic. But I can't see things in any other way anymore. Whatever I see, feel, and hear is me. Is a part of this greater consciousness complex of my brain and nervous system in this body. And that's it. And I cannot feel my brain directly. So, yeah, even there. I'm just a feedback simulation. being aware of itself and its own limitation and its own interconnectivity. It's like being a protagonist in some sci-fi novel and truly waking up and understanding that you are such a kind of protagonist, but no, not for reals. Not that I really think that I'm being written, but it's like, yeah, like these deep revelations of how reality really is, how it really works, at least for us. Like, one step further than what Siddhartha Gautama said, one step further than what most spiritualists believe, one step further, one crucial step further, but a painful step further, a truly painful step further, but a beautifully painful step further, one that makes things click into place, and slowly but surely, while deepening it, giving true inner peace, or at least more true inner peace, taking away a lot of the not knowings and anxiety, knowing, oh yeah, it is like that, oh, it's painful, it hurts, but at least now I know where I am. If you can brave the pain, if you can brave the delusions, if you can overcome the hurdles, yeah, it is worth it. It is fucking worth it. And that's it. Currently, I'm done with the damn live stream. It was fun, real fun. And now it's up to you what you want to do. Do you want to go on with your own old life, or do you want to really have a true awakening? Because I will tell you, it's worth it, but it's painful. It's not like, oh no, I'm totally wrong. Oh no. Oh, this is really great, but oh, is this it? There is the pain of disappointment, but also the joy of realization, like, oh, it's really just limited, but it is limited. It is. I would even say, in some ways, it's a bit of something ordinary. I want more people to enjoy deep, great, good mystical experiences while not becoming delusional idiots. Because I think that's the next step of evolution for mankind itself. Not saying that I'm such a shining example of this, no, I'm not. But if I can truly awaken, there will be others. Not many, but there will be others. And I hope anyone that is capable of doing this will do it. Oh, but you will not become like me. Good, and that's a good thing. But will there be a convergence of morals the
一応全部読んでるな。
higher one goes? I think so.
別におかしくなんてないでしょ。
If there's an objective reality, this will eventually be the case. Because higher intelligence is in some ways an equalizer. More and deeper insights, high intelligence, better morality will eventually make the world a better place. Or make humanity a better species. Anywho, have a nice time. Please like and subscribe. Maybe even comment. And have a nice day.